Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2764. So that's how it is. But now that the dragon sacrificial continent had declined to such an extent, all the lifeforms that were born didn't have the talent to inherit the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Therefore, I could only choose the method of reincarnation, abandoning everything as the dragon attendant of the ancestral dragon to create a brand new life, a brand new self. This was also a safer way to escape from the sky-devouring clan and the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. That's why your father, the eternal dragon emperor Long Qinglan, was born. But in reality, I haven't done all of this yet. I've only learned about what's happening here from the other dragon attendants in this world of time. And to me, in order to give birth to you, I had to go back 100,000 years and start the plan of reincarnation. The reason why I transmigrated to 100,000 years in the future was to see if reincarnation was possible. Although the possibility of you appearing in the future is too low, I still have to go back and try. Time was hard to fathom. From Long Chen's point of view, everything had already happened. But from Long Qinglan's point of view, this was just one of the countless possibilities in the future. This was the future he longed for. But the biggest problem wasn't he trying to let Long Qinglan inherit the essence blood, or even 5 kinds of essence blood? Long Chen raised his question. The dragon's servant smiled bitterly when he heard this question. I know your question. To be honest, before I came to this 100,000 years in the future, I discussed it with them. Our plan didn't include you at all. All hope was in my own reincarnation. But when I came to the 100,000 years in the future, I searched through the countless futures. What made me despair was that Long Qinglan didn't appear in any of the futures. In other words, he couldn't have come to the Origin Dragon Palace. In fact, I was already disappointed. I thought that even if I reincarnated and inherited the essence blood, would still die in the infinite worlds. But in a moment of carelessness, I saw you. In the end, you inherited 5 kinds of essence blood and came here. So I came here to reunite with you, and even watched a part of you grow. In other words, Long Qinglan was destined to fail, and the dragon attendants did not exist for him. He continued to pursue the mystery of the dragon god as per his personality. He did learn many things, but he couldn't escape the fate of being killed. However, he left himself behind to carry on his wish, and his birth also gave the dragon servants new hope. Now that I'm here, I know that if I need you to succeed, I need you to inherit the essence blood of the 5 ancestral dragons, to give our mystical dragon clan and the myriad worlds new hope. I still need Long Qinglan to appear. Otherwise, you wouldn't exist. You're our only hope now. I only found out from the other dragon servants that Long Qinglan had been killed and how you appeared. In my world, I haven't reincarnated yet. Long Chen listened to everything in silence. He seemed to have thought of something very important and asked, is there no way for my father to succeed and not die? If he could complete the mission himself, he wouldn't need me at all. Also, if you came to my future after reincarnation, then you'd be dead by now, right? He reincarnated and everything became the new Long Qinglan, but Long Qinglan was dead. In other words, 100,000 years later, he no longer existed. As long as he went back and chose to reincarnate, he would have to die if he desired an ending like Long Chen. No matter what, he was still his father. Long Chen had experienced countless things like this. He didn't know if Long Qinglan was dead or not, but now he finally knew the truth. The truth was very complicated. The person in front of him was indeed his father, but he had to go back to the past and walk the path of death, all for the sake of Long Chen's birth. Long Qinglan shook his head, don't mind me, my death is destined. Without my death, you wouldn't be alive, and there wouldn't be countless living beings. The myriad worlds would also be doomed to destruction. Your future is the one I yearn for. Even though it's a different person, it's better and more wonderful. To be honest, my original plan for reincarnation was a bit wrong. I didn't have to go through a reincarnation that would transfer everything about me. Do you know why you look so similar to the slaughtered dragon servants? Long Chen shook his head. Long Qinglan said, because before you were born, they had you fuse with part of the Slaughter Dragon's bloodline in order to let you inherit the ancient blood dragon's essence blood first. The few of them have always been with you as you grew up, but they never dared to interfere too much. So if you were to die, they might not be able to save you. It's a miracle that you've reached your current realm. Even though it's a miracle, it's the light of hope for us to fight. In fact, from what happened today, there's no need for reincarnation at all. Just fuse with a bit of the dragon servant's bloodline. Even though it's a bit obvious, at least you haven't been discovered yet, right? Of course, after I return, I can find a mortal to control it and use the method of your birth. That way, you and Long Qinglan might not appear. But in reality, we've already decided that we won't do that. Especially when I first saw you, I knew that you were a miracle that couldn't be replicated. This is the choice of fate, and it's the result we yearn for the most. Long Chen understood. His heart was filled with complicated feelings as he asked, in other words, no matter what, you and my father will still pass away and die, all for the sake of my birth, right? Long Qinglan smiled faintly. Don't worry about it. This is our mission. We have no control over our own lives. No control over our own lives. Long Chen had the deepest understanding of this. The more powerful he was, the more he didn't live for himself. However, he was able to say such a thing in such a relaxed tone. Long Chen admired him very much. He didn't care that he was just one of the futures of the people in front of him. He only knew that both the Time Dragon and Long Qinglan were his only fathers. Can I avenge you? Yes. In the end, the one who killed me, or the Eternal Dragon Emperor, was the Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon's dragon attendant, the Devouring Dragon Attendant. To be honest, I heard from the other dragon attendants that your father or I were too anxious, and wanted to crack these things. But he wasn't as lucky as you, because under the new rules, he couldn't become a god without faith. If he didn't become a god, he wouldn't have been able to come here. A mortal thought too much about the mystical dragons, and on the way, he was discovered by the Devouring Dragon Attendant. Of course, the Devouring Dragon Servant didn't discover his void cosmic dragon inheritance blood essence and dragon jade. If not, you wouldn't have been born. It was a very dangerous moment. He was killed by the Devouring Dragon Servant from hundreds of millions of miles away. If it had been close, the Devouring Dragon Servant would definitely have discovered something strange about him. Now, he's probably at the progenitor realm. Devouring Dragon Attendant. This person was the real enemy who killed his father. So it wasn't the Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon. If it had been the Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon, even from 1,000,000,000 miles away, the blood essence would probably have been discovered. Fortunately, the Chaos Heaven Devouring Dragon was in a deep sleep. However, Long Qinglan was just a mortal. If he was discovered by the Devouring Dragon Attendant from 1,000,000,000 miles away, it would be too terrifying, enemy. The enemy who had killed his father. Although his father was right in front of him, this was his father from 100,000 years ago. Perhaps, this was the last time he would see him in this life. He deeply remembered the existence of the Devouring Dragon Attendant, and swore in his heart that he would take revenge. Child, don't be too regretful, and don't be too agitated. Time is mysterious, and I can't understand it. I don't exist in your time, but who knows if I still exist in other times. Maybe I'll appear in the future. This is all uncertain. At my current level, I understand that time can't escape life and death. You'll understand in the future. I'll find a way to bring you back. Or, when I understand time travel, I'll be able to go back to the past to see you. Just as he said, time was mysterious. It was the third thing that had been born in this world. The first two were beyond the scope of rules. It was very likely that time was the first rule. Then there was fate, karma, life, tribulation, death, and change. Devouring was destruction. Then, what were the first and second? Long Chen couldn't help but ask, what were the first two ancestral dragons? He only knew that one was Origin, and the other was Yuanshi. Long Qinglan shook his head and said, actually, even us dragon attendants don't know much. During this long period of time, the only people we came into contact with were the two ancestral dragon attendants. We didn't even get to see them during the battle. We only know that one is Origin, and the other is Yuanshi. But we don't know what they're good at. Plus, the chaotic sky-devouring dragon is very afraid of them. We don't even know how the two ancestral dragons were defeated, and we don't know if they have any blood essences left behind. Don't talk about them too much. Chase after them until you have the power to fight against the sky-devouring clan. To you, the two ancestral dragons are a mystery, okay? This surprised Long Chen. He didn't expect the two ancestral dragons to be this mysterious. Even the other dragon attendants hadn't seen them before. Then, it was very likely that the other 8 ancestral dragons had seen them before. Finally, there was the most important question. In the beginning, Long Qinglan had given him something very important. That was the mysterious dragon jade. The current dragon jade seal. He asked, "What is this thing?" At 8 p.m., the WeChat public account, Feng Qingyang, was the first to answer. Just search for Feng Qingyang and follow him. There was still one chapter to be written. It would be updated before 22 p.m. 3 chapters today, 4 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 2765. The Mysterious Dragon Jade. The most important thing that Long Qinglan had entrusted to him. It could suppress the other ancestral dragons' inherited blood essences. The ancestral dragons were all so heaven-defying. They were the top 10 experts of the myriad worlds. Every ancestral dragon's inherited blood essences were the most terrifying treasures in the world, but the mysterious dragon jade could actually suppress them. Moreover, the dragon jade seal had saved him several times already. The other seals were formed after Long Chen absorbed the inherited blood essences. Only the black seal in the center was transformed from the mysterious dragon jade. But when Long Chen mentioned the mysterious dragon jade, Long Qinglan also shook his head with a bitter smile. This is the last thing left behind by the first ancestral dragon. It was also the moment we were closest to him. He told us that this was something that could allow all the ancestral dragons to fuse into one, the hope of the myriad world's resurrection. From what he said, we guessed that he wanted us to let one person inherit all the inherited blood essences. Judging from you, at least that's correct for now. So it was something left behind by the first ancestral dragon. Therefore, he was still mysterious. What was it that could actually allow the ancestral dragons to fuse into one, the hope of the myriad world's resurrection? It seemed that the mysterious dragon jade was still the most precious item. In fact, it was even more important than the 5 inherited blood essences. There must be a deeper secret behind it, but Long Chen didn't know about it yet. During the battle back then, 5 ancestral dragons disappeared permanently near the dragon sacrificial continent. They were time, fate, karma, life, and slaughter. They are the 5 you've inherited. We already knew the locations of these 5 inherited blood essences. It was just that they didn't exist 100,000 years ago. Only when the chaos heaven-devouring dragon slumbered and the ancestral dragon's inherited blood essences appeared did we start the plan. At that time, I came here because I comprehended the rules of crossing to the future. I'm glad to see that you've successfully inherited the 5 ancestral dragons' inherited blood essences. We've found the direction of hope. In other words, there were no other ancestral dragons' inherited blood essences on the dragon sacrificial continent. Especially the 1st and 2nd. The 7th and 9th were the 7th ancestral dragon. The 7th ancestral dragon was the dragon of calamity and calamity. It was the ancestral dragon that was in charge of the primordial dragon's tribulation and the rules of the mystical dragon ascension system. During the era of the mystical dragons, this mystical dragon was the controller of tribulations. Only by overcoming the primordial dragon's tribulation could the other mystical dragons grow stronger. In fact, Long Chen had seen the image of this dragon before. Its entire body was gray and black, shrouded in the aura of evil and disaster. Its torso was slender like a centipede, with tens of thousands of dragon claws on each side and tens of thousands of rotten dragon wings on each side. It had 2 large dragon heads, the one on the left representing heavenly tribulation, and the one on the right representing disaster. Among them, the calamity dragon head didn't have any flesh or blood, only dragon bones. He looked extremely ferocious. The black jade dragon head was left behind by this ancestral dragon. Perhaps it was a part of his corpse, but it was certain that the ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence was not in it. After all, it was too obvious. This ancestral dragon's real name was the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon. The 3rd grade of the 9th grade, Primordial Chaos, refers to this divine dragon. There was also a mystical dragon ranked 9th behind the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon. However, in the eyes of the Chaos Heaven-devouring dragon and the Sky-devouring race ruler, only the 9 ancestral dragons were a threat to them. Hence, there is a chance that they survived. It's just that we don't know where they went. If you can find them in the future, they might be able to give you guidance. So that was the case. It was no wonder that only the 7 of them were struggling in this apocalypse. If they were still around, with those 2 leaders, they wouldn't have allowed the time attendants to reincarnate. He had sacrificed himself. Now, Long Chen basically knew everything he wanted to know. He knew the mystery of the extinction of the dragon god, and the plan of the 7 dragon attendants. However, Long Qinglan seemed to have something else to say. He gazed at the old tree outside the window and said, "Actually, there is something that you should really want to know." Long Chen's mind was in a mess now, and his thoughts weren't very clear. He knew too many things that shocked him. Long Qinglan said, "In the future, don't think about the battles before the epoch. Think about the 10 ancestral dragons, the Chaos Heaven-devouring dragon and the Sky-devouring race. Just pretend that you don't know about these. After all, for a long time, you will still be facing the gods and demons of the infinite worlds. Do you know that most places in the infinite worlds now follow the rules of the Sky-devouring race? For example, the dragon sacrifice continent used to follow the rules of the 10 ancestral dragons. It was definitely not so cruel, and it was much easier to become a god. But it's different now. Under the rules of the Sky-devouring race, there are a total of 9 nirvana tribulations and 9 reincarnation tribulations. One can only become a god based on talent. Ordinary people have no hope at all. Do you know where the billions of people who died in the 18 tribulations went? Long Chen shook his head. He did know that the rules of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean were still a small rule of their world, but the dragon sacrifice continent had 18 tribulations. They all entered the bodies of the gods and became the power of the gods. The dragon sacrifice continent now corresponds to the ancient gods. So in fact, all the people who died in the 18 tribulations in the past tens of millions of years have become nourishment for the gods. What? Of course, Long Chen didn't know. When he was still weak, he didn't know that the 18 tribulations were set up by the Sky-devouring race. At that time, the Sky-devouring race was the heavens to him. There were actually many who didn't have enough cultivation and didn't survive the 18 tribulations within 1,000 years, especially tens of millions of years ago. How much nourishment did the gods absorb in such a long time? Before the epoch, after people died, there was reincarnation. The number of living beings was a stable number, and so was the power of the entire world. But now, there are fewer and fewer living beings in the entire world. They are getting weaker and weaker, and there are fewer and fewer experts. Why is this happening? Actually, this is a gentle devouring method of the Sky-devouring race. They were greatly injured in the war before the epoch, so they could only rely on gentle devouring. The most important thing I want to say is that almost all the gods and demons in the entire world are the pawns of the Sky-devouring race. The gods and demons control the world and rely on the 18 tribulations to absorb souls and power. The Sky-devouring race, after the gods and demons, absorbed the power of the gods and demons. At the end of the day, there are 3 levels in the world now. They are the mortals, the gods and demons, and the Sky-devouring race. The gods and demons absorb the power of mortals, and mortals are like livestock to them. But in reality, the gods and demons are just pawns to the sky-devouring race, like dogs they raise. No matter how much they eat, they still have to spit it out before the sky-devouring race. This is what Long Qinglan said, the way the sky-devouring race gently devoured the worlds in this epoch. After the epoch, the weakening of the dragon sacrificial continent is actually a reflection of the entire world. The war that the dragon sacrificial continent experienced was just a little faster than the other worlds. As long as the sky-devouring race's rule is still in effect, the entire world cannot escape the fate of being devoured. Long Qinglan couldn't help but get excited. Those enemies are destroying everything. It's not as fierce as before the epoch, but it's even more terrifying. This kind of silent devouring is even more impossible to defend against. Longchen couldn't help but ask, it seems like the sky-devouring race's rule only gradually descended upon the dragon sacrificial continent after that war. This means that Dijun and the others became gods through faith, and it was normal. Why did it change? What's going on with the god corpses in the deity ocean? Long Qinglan obviously knew that he would ask this question. Long Chen had too many questions in his mind. He explained, actually, the powerful gods of the entire world have existed since before the epoch. It's just that they were still very weak back then, so they didn't know what was going on. And after the 9 ancestral dragons disappeared, tens of millions of years ago, within a day, all the gods of the entire world disappeared. They were devoured by the sky-devouring race. The sky-devouring race has a ruler called the giant demon god beast. The giant demon god beast devoured all the gods, but then gave birth to them again. For example, the ancient gods of the dragon sacrificial continent went through this process. In the process of devouring and giving birth, their thoughts, wills, memories, and the structure of their divine bodies all changed. It's a change that they didn't know about. After that, all the gods returned to their original worlds. Like Dijun and the others, they left due to the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent. Anyway, that process made them very chaotic. Even now, all the gods don't know about the existence of the giant demon god beast or the sky-devouring race. They thought they controlled the entire world, but in reality, they were just mediums for the sky-devouring race to devour. In fact, they were even fighting against a small portion of the demons. What they didn't know was that the demons were actually created by the behemoth fiend god. After the behemoth fiend god devoured the dragon god, it created a life equivalent to a god. The demons know about the existence of the sky-devouring race. For example, the Era Sky demon you met before. Gods and demons are now considered the children and descendants of the giant demon god beast. It's just that they aren't convinced. Their identities are different. Their common purpose is to support the sky-devouring race. Chapter 2766. Divine spirits were all divine spirits that originated from the primordial era. But most of them were swallowed by giant god-fiend beasts, modified in their bodies, then born again, becoming a tool of the sky-swallowing race. The divine spirits did not know of the existence of the sky-swallowing race, nor could they understand the changes that happened to them. To them, everything was normal. They had no idea that they were now the fangs and claws of others, or even food of others. And demons were personally created by the sky-swallowing race. No wonder they were similar to dragons. That was because the giant god-fiend beasts swallowed divine dragons, but of course, they could not imitate the essence of divine dragons. Therefore, demons were a bit odd. There were demons in the myriad worlds, but they were demons made by Mo Shaolang. They were different from the primordial demon clans such as Demon Hua and Era Heavenly Demon. Long Chen remembered that he had seen a stone tablet in the inner space of the primordial great demon. There was a giant beast engraved on that stone tablet. It was a mysterious giant beast. Perhaps it was a divinity beast. So mortals, god-fiends, and the sky-swallowing race have such a relationship. It was like a food chain. In the past, when the sky-swallowing race first rose, they directly swallowed experts and the energy of the worlds. Then, they were injured, but they also defeated the 9 ancestral dragons. They continued to swallow worlds, turning them into their own power, but the method was different. They relied on mortals to cultivate and refine the power of heaven and earth, then divine spirits to steal the power of mortals, and finally, the sky-swallowing race to steal the power of divine spirits. It is indeed perfect, a way to ease things. If this continues, mortals and power will decrease, and the worlds will gradually walk the path of death. In the end, there will be no mortals or god-fiends, only the sky-swallowing race. Who knew what would happen 100,000 years from now? Long Qinglan said, just like the gods who have returned to the dragon sacrificial continent now. In fact, they are indeed your ancestors. In the primordial era, it was they who saved the common people from the broken world. They are all gods of faith, and their hearts are for the people. Later on, everything about them, including the most important structure of their divine bodies, was changed by the demonic god Behemoth. What exists in the deity sea is their own will that was stripped and abandoned, imprisoned forever. Perhaps only when the great fiend god beasts died would these primordial gods return to their original appearance. Right now, they were just puppets. All the gods in the myriad worlds were puppets, including that eternal god clan. Long Chen had seen through their true nature. However, he smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, it's too early for me to know. In fact, it didn't matter to me whether they were puppets or not. This was because just the god-fiend experts alone were enough to make them suffer. I'm still at the level of ordinary gods and devils. One day, when I can dominate the gods and devils, dominate the myriad worlds, only then will I be able to look at them from a higher perspective. Now, the gods and devils of the myriad worlds are all terrifying opponents to me. Of course, there are also my friends. Even though he knew the true nature of gods and demons, Long Chen was still willing to stand in a humble position. After all, his current strength was weak compared to the sky-swallowing clan. Once you leave this room, you must remember that the sky-swallowing clan is very far away from you. Don't talk about it for now. Go explore the myriad worlds. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't thought about what to do next, but Long Qinglan seemed to be pointing him in the right direction. Long Qinglan said, there are 2 missions for you. It wasn't just a mission. To Long Chen, this was an important mission. He waited for Long Qinglan to explain. First, you've seen the God Star of Destiny and the Curse World. The God Star of Destiny has the slithering white snake, and the Curse World has the sealed black dragon. I know. Whether it's the white snake or the black dragon, they're actually part of the godly dragon clan. They're both real godly dragons, but they were cursed by the Chaos Sky-swallowing dragon. The Chaos Sky-swallowing dragon isn't good at curses, but it devoured an ancestral god who was good at curses. Back then, after the battle ended, he just cursed them casually, and they fell into a state of eternal damnation. For example, on the divine planet of destiny, they lost their minds for eternity, and their souls were constantly tortured. Also, in the curse realm, they sank into eternal depravity, unable to find peace. They're our brethren, our brothers and sisters. There are even a few places in the myriad worlds that are cursed by the godly dragons. Back then, the battlefield affected the myriad worlds, and many godly dragons were stranded outside. Long Chen asked, is there any way to help them? The Chaos Sky-swallowing dragon was too cruel. Perhaps to him, there was no such thing as kinship. After the other 9 ancestral dragons died, he cursed almost all the godly dragons that were still alive. Now you know why we dragon attendants were able to escape, right? That's because his curse was targeted at the mystical dragons. Only the mystical dragons that were still alive at that time fell into all kinds of eternal calamities and suffered until today. If they weren't saved, they might suffer until the destruction of the myriad worlds. Chaos Sky-swallowing dragon. Long Chen knew very well what kind of blood flowed in his veins. He was able to live to this day because the time attendants sacrificed their lives for him. It was the care of the other dragon attendants, the care of the ancestral dragons, and the choice of all the godly dragons. It was the respect and support of all living beings. Every man had to fight for his race and his bloodline, and this was even more so for him. An epoch ago, their race had suffered a calamity of extinction. Now, there were still countless members of their race suffering a terrible curse, forever sinking into oblivion. They suffered endless pain, much more terrifying than what the era heavenly devils and the others had endured. And all of this was brought to them by one of the ancestral dragons, the Chaos Sky-Swallowing Dragon. As for the Chaos Sky-Swallowing Dragon, perhaps he had long regarded himself as a member of the Sky-Swallowing clan. In his memories, the countless godly dragons imprisoned in the curse world appeared. He thought of the dreamy white snakes on the god star of destiny. He couldn't imagine what kind of suffering they had gone through, and how their souls could never enter the cycle of reincarnation. They were like Long Chen's brothers and sisters. He couldn't tolerate it. It was a feeling of blood being trampled on. Their land had fallen, and countless families had been separated. Their dignity had been trampled on. Long Qinglan saw that he had clenched his fists, so he patted his shoulder and said, "Remember, calm down. I was too anxious, and that's why I was killed by the devouring dragon servants before I could become a god. I want you to know all of this, so that you can have a direction. Once you know, you have to forget all of this hatred." Long Chen understood what he meant. But before he had enough power, he shouldn't let everyone know of his true goal. The God Star of Destiny and the Curse World are just two of them. In fact, there are many such places in the infinite worlds, maybe a dozen, or even dozens. We don't know, because after the war, we hid and slept until 10 years ago. We have never gone out to search for our brethren, so when I leave this place and return to 10 years ago, the 6 dragon attendants outside will set off. They will not be by your side, but will travel across the infinite worlds in search of the cursed lands of the dragon god. They will try their best to find all of their brethren who are still alive. Then what's my mission? Long Qinglan said, the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon devoured that ancestral god and used his curse. You have to find the world created by the ancestral god to find clues to break the curse. Only then can you save the cursed dragons. At the time, the infinite worlds were too chaotic. We don't know what the world created by the ancestral god was called, but it must be a very famous cursed land. Once you leave the infinite worlds, you can ask around. The other dragon servants will also listen to you. But At this point, Long Qinglan became very serious. This is a curse set by the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon. Even if you know how to break it, don't be in a hurry to use it, or it might alarm him. We also want to help the godly dragons break free from the curse, but you have to endure it. When you are sure you can escape his senses, use it, and the godly dragon clan will return to the infinite worlds and start the war of vengeance. Do you understand? The opponent was powerful. Not just powerful, but terrifying. The ultimate ruler of the infinite worlds. Right now, Long Chen was just an ant to him. Understood. This was a long-term mission. Long Chen remembered that Long Qinglan had mentioned 2 missions. What was the second one? After hiding the first mission in his heart, Long Chen asked Long Qinglan. This time, he had a limited time to meet Long Qinglan. He had to understand everything. Also, since this room could escape the senses of the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon and the devouring dragon servants, it was the best place to uncover the secret. Once he left this place, it was hard to say. Long Qinglan would return to his 100,000 years ago. Perhaps after this time, he would never see him again. After a moment of silence, Long Qinglan said, "We are in the Origin Dragon Palace. This is a destinable artifact left behind by the first ancestral dragon. Do you know what grade it is?" The most terrifying thing Long Chen had seen so far was the 7th grade eternal opal. Then there was the epic god worship, the Ling Su dual swords. But the Origin Dragon Palace, it can't be the Origin grade, right? 9th grade. To be honest, it was hard to say if such destinable artifacts still existed in the infinite worlds. Because there might not even be many supreme gods in the god realm of Tai. The God Emperor in the God realm of absolute beginning could at most have an eternal grade destinable artifact. Ninth grade original grade had to be close to the ancestor realm. For example, the former dragon servants. But now, they were too weak. That's right. It is the origin grade. It is a pity that none of us can truly activate the origin dragon palace. We don't know how many secrets the first ancestral dragon has hidden here. But from now on, the origin dragon palace is yours. Chapter 2767. Origin Dragon Palace, a 9th grade origin grade creation artifact, was given to him? Long Chen's mouth gaped open at the sight of such a pleasant surprise. He was still using a 4th grade Genesis tier Destiny's Divine tool. Now, he had suddenly obtained a Destiny's Divine tool that even the supreme beings of the fiend gods didn't have. One could imagine how pleasantly surprised he felt. Even the eternal celestial Emperor Jun, whom Long Chen feared the most, had only the eternal incandescent stone as his strongest treasure. Moreover, the eternal bright stone wasn't a creation artifact, but a primal chaos treasure. Although primal chaos treasures were equally precious, they weren't born for battle. But a creation artifact was. Among the godly emperors, such as the Era heavenly demons, they only had 6th grade chaos origin grade epical warships. It was the same for the other godly emperors. Origin grade, Long Chen couldn't react for a moment. Long Qinglan shook his head and smiled. Don't be so surprised. In fact, you can't use it at all right now. You can't show it to others or attack it. Don't you have a huge problem that you haven't solved? Actually, we've already thought about it for you. Long Chen didn't understand. What's the problem? Long Qinglan said, now that godly Emperor Jun is chasing us and the eternal godly race is descending, you can't defend the dragon sacrificial continent with your current strength, let alone protect the people. So, you have to leave the dragon sacrificial continent. But what about the people? So, we've solved this problem for you. This was indeed Long Chen's original intention for coming here. Now that the two great divine systems were rushing to the dragon sacrificial continent, he could escape, but what about the people? He came to the Origin Dragon Palace to get an answer from Long Qinglan. But he had asked too many shocking things before, so he couldn't recall them now. After all, he was still in a mess. Long Qinglan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, we can slightly control the Origin Dragon Palace and have it descend into your divine nation, expanding the continent in your divine nation to roughly the size of half of the dragon sacrificial continent. Don't worry, although we're only in the initial stages of controlling the Origin Dragon Palace, even the eternal bright stone can defend the dragon sacrificial continent. The Origin Dragon Palace can also support 1 trillion people in your divine nation. Long Chen was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that he would have to bring 1 trillion living beings from their homeland, where they had lived for countless years, to his divine kingdom, where they would live and die with him. He couldn't imagine what a grand occasion that would be. There were millions of people in the divine kingdom, and Long Chen felt that it was too many. He felt like he was the creator, and he was looking at the world he had created and the people in it. If there were 1 trillion people, if Long Chen escaped, divine grade, the eternal bright stone, dragon grade artifact, dragon grade artifact, dragon grade artifact, grade artifact, grade artifact, grade artifact, dragon grade artifact, 10 dragon grade artifact, and dragon grade artifact, this, one artifact, it, a, and it, a, and, and dragon grade artifact, and a, dragon grade, dragon grade, dragon grade dragon, dragon grade artifact, dragon grade. Dragon artifact, Chen, would. If Long Chen took them away, it would be their only way out. From that day onwards, their fates would be tied to Long Chen's. If Long Chen died, they would disappear as well. That would mean that the inheritance of the divine dragon would be completely severed. The dragon attendants were really crazy, putting everything on Long Chen. If Long Chen hadn't experienced so many battles since he was young, it would have been very hard for him to bear this kind of pressure. Long Chen couldn't understand for a moment. If he did this, what would it mean? What kind of beginning would this be? He had embarked on a new path. This was the real fight to the death, a desperate counterattack. The draconic sacrificial continent was their home, it was everything they relied on for survival. But if they had to leave their homes in order to survive and fight, there was nothing they could do about it. But one day, they would want to make a comeback and return to their hometown. Create a new world. The return of the primordial gods was something no one could stop. God Emperor Dijun didn't know how he found out about the Origin Dragon Palace. The eternal opal attracted the eternal god tribe. This wasn't something Long Chen could control. Even if Long Chen hadn't killed God Kor and God Xiong, the dragon-grade artifact still wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of destruction. The Origin Dragon Palace will be suppressed in your god nation. From now on, you will travel with the rest of the world and become stronger. Not just for yourself, but for all of our descendants. This involves your second mission, but the first mission you have to complete is actually this one. Long Chen suppressed the shock in his heart. He finally heaved a sigh of relief after finding a way out. After saying so much, it was time to hear what the second mission was. In the Origin Dragon Palace, there is still a lot of blood essence. It can even create tens of billions of dragon martial artists. At the same time, there is also a lot of Origin Dragon souls that can turn these tens of billions of dragon martial artists into true dragons. It can create tens of billions of true dragons. Most of these blood essences are from low-grade and mid-grade divine dragons. There are also high-level divine dragons, super divine dragons, and ultimate divine dragons that surpass god emperors. There are fewer Origin Dragon souls, but it can still turn most dragon martial artists into true dragons. For example, it can turn millions of the most powerful dragon martial artists in your god nation into true dragons. From now on, your god nation will probably be in the process of transforming into a true dragon. After all, the Origin Dragon Palace is the place where our divine dragon heritage is preserved. Long Chen was even more shocked. Tens of billions? Tens of billions of true dragons would appear in his god nation? What kind of grand occasion would that be? As long as low-grade and mid-grade divine dragons reached adulthood, they would have power close to that of a god. When high-level divine dragons reached adulthood, they would become gods or even god lords. When super divine dragons reached adulthood, they would become god lords or even god kings. When ultimate divine dragons reached adulthood, they would become god emperors or even more terrifying. In other words, if all 15 dragon emperors find the Origin Dragon Palace, doesn't that mean they can all become god emperors? Long Chen picked out some of the most classic types. Not to mention, Yang Yu has the blood essence of an unparalleled divine dragon. If all 15 dragon emperors could become god emperors, then his army would expand. He would have an army of tens of billions of divine dragons. At that time, it would not be difficult for him to sweep through all the worlds. Long Qinglan nodded. Of course, that is not a problem. The only problem is time. After they assimilate with the Origin Dragon soul, they can only be considered infants. They need time to reach adulthood. The higher the level of the divine dragon, the longer it will take. For an ultimate divine dragon, even with the help of many treasures, it will take at least 1,000 years. Otherwise, it will be tens of thousands of years. Therefore, you have to see if you can cultivate the time rules to a higher level in the future. For example, the 300 times speed of time in this part of the universe is actually my rule. You can use this method to speed up their growth. Of course, even if they have just assimilated with the Origin Dragon Palace, it is enough for these experienced dragon martial artists to have the power of a god. They will not be weaker than a god lord. The better ones might even become god kings. That was too terrifying. Then, the Origin Dragon soul of the Ancestral Dragon? Long Chen guessed that the mission Long Qinglan was talking about had something to do with this. Actually, it was clear that the Origin Dragon soul was as important as the blood essence. If they still had the Origin Dragon soul of the Ancestral Dragon, they would not have remained dormant until today. Long Qinglan said, "In our origin dragon palace, the most precious blood essence is the blood essence of the unparalleled divine dragons. There are about 40 types. There are close to 100 unparalleled divine dragons, and more than 40 were scattered throughout the worlds in that battle. You need to go to the worlds to find them. At the same time, there is not a single origin dragon soul of the origin dragon in the origin dragon palace. These origin dragon souls are scattered throughout the worlds. For example, from what I know, the ancient blood spiritual dragons 8 syndicate dragons origin dragon souls are in the Death Rain." Death Rain? No wonder Long Chen could summon the ancient blood spiritual dragons 8 syndicate dragons when he used the Death Rain Dragon Gate. Actually, the Death Rain is a world created by the ancient blood spiritual dragon alone. It is attached to the dragon sacrificial continent and is related to death and reincarnation at that time. After the war, the ancient blood spiritual dragon died and the Death Rain was lost. It might have drifted to some corner of the worlds and is in a completely sealed state. We have most of the inherited blood essences and origin dragon souls below the ultimate divine dragon level, but you have to find some of the supreme divine dragon's inherited blood essences and origin dragon souls. Only then will you be able to create a supreme divine dragon, which is the Tai divine realm, or even a half-ancestor realm divine dragon expert. In your god nation, there are many who care about their reputation. They need you to create them. Alright. Long Chen sorted out the 2 missions. First, find a way to break the curse and rescue the sealed divine dragons. Second, find the blood essence and origin dragon souls of the unparalleled divine dragons. Nurture the divine dragons himself. Long Qinglan stared into his eyes and said, "Lastly, find the origin dragon souls of the ancestral dragons and the remaining 4 types of blood essence. They are scattered across the worlds. 100,000 years ago, after the chaotic heaven devouring dragon slumbered, these blood essence and origin dragon souls might have appeared. You need to find them before anyone else and become the true ancestral dragon. Remember one thing. You can only fuse with the origin dragon souls when you are close to the ancestor realm. Fusing too early will definitely alarm the chaotic heaven devouring dragon. You need to settle down." The 2 missions were very clear. Now, he also knew what was in the origin dragon palace. Everything that needed to be said had been said clearly. Long Chen took a deep breath. It seemed like a new journey had begun. A new battlefield had appeared. The myriad world struggle. Today, for chapters, next month's vote. There were many holes buried in these few chapters. Read carefully, many of them were especially crucial. Yesterday's question race was quite difficult. Whoever won the prize would be announced on the public account. Chapter 2768. Long Qinglan told Long Chen clearly about the extinction of the mystical dragons, his origins, the gods and demons, and the 2 future missions. He knew that Long Chen would need a long time to fully digest what he had learned today. This news was too shocking for him. Of course, Long Chen had to forget all this. After all, he and the mystical dragon descendants he led were not strong enough to deal with the sky-swallowing clan. The more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. This was the reason for Eternal Dragon Emperor's death. Therefore, before Long Chen reached this level, the dragon attendants chose to let Long Chen know as little as possible. Until now, when the dragon attendants were about to return to 100,000 years ago, it had to be said. In the future, there would be a new journey. "It's time for me to go." Long Qinglan was relieved. He smiled faintly at Long Chen. His eyes were ethereal, but filled with wisdom. If he were to leave now, they would never be able to see each other again. While they were both men, Long Chen was still very reluctant. This was his father. After today, he was about to step on a path of certain death. But he would not regret it. He would use his death to exchange for Long Chen's life. Great, solemn. Perhaps his father was like that. It was hard to see pain in him. He was calmer and more composed than Long Chen. He was leaving. Long Chen had many things to say, but he did not know how to say them. He did not know how to bid farewell. But he was very sad. But this was a mission that neither of them could refuse. The fate of the 10,000 worlds rested on the shoulders of the two of them. Right, there are some things about the people around you that I have to tell you. Long Qinglan was not in a hurry to leave. The people around him? Was that Lingxi and the others? Long Qinglan said, first, my daughter-in-law. Lingxi. I saw her. She had her own fortune. She received the legacy of a god emperor, one that was not devoured by a demon god beast. Very suitable for her. It seems that cultivating 18 types of heavenly rules and spiritual techniques would allow one to become a god emperor. Long Chen nodded. Could it be that he had a better idea? Long Qinglan said, she is a very good girl, she will always have good luck. And your child? I have to do something good for you. She seems to need time. You have to leave after a while and ask them to place the Origin Dragon Palace in your god nation. She can stay here. I can speed her up to 300 times faster to reach more places. Get her to learn more Heaven Rule Spirit skills before you settle this, so that she can help you even more in the future. Great. Long Chen was sincerely happy for Lingxi. They were all too heaven-defying, so Lingxi was very vexed every time. She couldn't help them, especially after the God King of Hell tried to assassinate them. I can only let her speed up on her own. If it's someone else, it's not convenient for me to see too many of them. Therefore, the nurturing of the Supreme Dragon God and the Ultimate Dragon God will still depend on you. As for your own growth, you need the right opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how much time I give you, it seems useless. Also, regarding the rules of the Ancestral Dragon, we can only give you one hint. If we show you everything we know, it might limit your development. After all, what we know and learned is only a small part of the Ancestral Dragon. Long Chen understood all that he said. Long Chen was already very satisfied that he could give Lingxi more time and let Lingxi see him. He suddenly thought of a question and said, the time flow here is 300 times faster because of you. In other words, when you return to 100,000 years ago, you will disappear and synchronize with the time of the worlds, right? Long Qinglan nodded. Long Chen's expression changed and said, and you will have to return to 100,000 years ago. In other words, I don't have that much time. Maybe after I finish what you said and transfer the lives of the entire sacrificial dragon continent to my god nation, I will have to leave quickly. Otherwise, that god Emperor Di Jun will catch up. That's right. Long Qinglan nodded. He felt a sense of urgency again. As it turned out, the 300 times time flow couldn't last forever. Long Chen thought that he would be able to stay here for a long time. At this moment, Long Qinglan said, I asked Lingxi to help you a lot in the future. One person's power is ultimately weak. As a leader, you must create more experts. There is another lady beside you, that's Soi Yan. Although she became Demon Hua, due to some changes caused by Mo Xiaolang and herself, she is no longer under the control of the Sky-Devouring clan. Her achievements will not only be at the ultimate deity king level. Furthermore, he also has the blood essence of the Fuxi ancient dragon, which is undergoing some changes. There will be better things in the future, don't forget to nurture her. She is also a good lady. Of course, the other two that I am going to tell you about are actually the most important ones on the battlefield. Long Chen listened and didn't interrupt. The first is Mo Xiaolang. Maybe you have already guessed it. He is actually a member of the Sky-Devouring clan. After that war, the Sky-Devouring clan's bloodline was scattered across the dragon sacrificial continent. It has been passed down for many years, but it has always been at the bottom of the dragon sacrificial continent. Actually, you don't know this. Although the Sky-Devouring clan is very strong, when they were born, they were actually at the bottom of the worlds. Therefore, the sun-devouring dire wolf that you met at the start wasn't strong at all. But they can devour and grow. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, they will grow endlessly. Therefore, there are only two factors that determine the strength of the sky-devouring clan. One is whether the things they devour are common, and the other is how much they devour. Flames spread across the worlds, even ancestral flames. Therefore, as long as he follows you, his achievements will be limitless. In the end, he might even be comparable to the ruler of the sky-devouring clan. Long Chen had seen the sun-devouring dire wolf on the sky-devouring clan's carvings. Of course, the appearance was slightly different. But Mo Xiaolang's devouring was no different from the sky-devouring clan. Therefore, Long Chen suspected that he was related to the sky-devouring clan. But after becoming a god, he realized that the sky-devouring clan was too weak, so he did not care. Now that he understood how strong the sky-devouring clan was, he was a little worried. Mo Xiaolang had been demonized once and almost lost his will. That was very troublesome. Long Chen did not want him to be far away from him, nor did he want him to fight against him. Now that his greatest enemy was the sky-devouring clan, and he was actually one of them, would they fight in the future? Who would be willing to fight with their own brother? Long Qinglan seemed to read his mind, and said, "You do not understand the sky-devouring clan. They are not destined to be strong, but they become strong by devouring. Before devouring, they are very likely to be insignificant beyond your imagination. Even in the worlds, there are many from the sky-devouring clan. For example, there are many in the dragon sacrificial continent, but their starting point is too low. They are not amazing creatures, because their growth is also filled with danger. To be able to become rulers of the world is purely because the more they devour, the more they grow, and they surpass the peak and endurance of the worlds. Therefore, the sun-devouring demon wolf is just a very ordinary sky-devouring clan. Whether he is evil or not depends on who he interacts with and grows up with. Therefore, you do not have to worry that he will stand against you. The sky-devouring clan is different from demons. Previously, he stood on the side of demons because he was controlled by the primeval troll. Then I am at ease. Of course, he hoped that Mo Xiaolang could become strong, so that they could be good brothers forever, and roam the world together. But, one day, when you can control the worlds and establish a new balance, you have to pay attention to him. Because he is the same as the chaos sky-devouring dragon, he survives by devouring and destroying. Of course, this was for the future. Establishing a new order was still a joke now, so those messy things could wait until they had the ability to establish a new balance. Anyway, Long Chen believed in Mo Xiaolang. If he was not affected by external factors, his heart was much kinder than Long Chen's. It did not matter whether he was from the sky-devouring clan or not. You said two just now, so the other one is Kitten? Actually, Long Chen was prepared to help Kitten ask about his past. Kitten had always been troubled. Who was he? In his memory, he had fought with the Void Universe Dragon and was defeated. He did not experience that battle. But other than this, he was not clear about anything else. Long Qinglan smiled and said, "Before the epoch, I was very familiar with this fellow. He was a stubborn and interesting fellow. Back then, he was stronger than me. He surpassed the realm of gods and reached the realm of ancestors. Other than the ancestral dragon bloodline and the dragon attendants, he was one of the only 4 ancestors on the draconic sacrificial continent. If we dragon attendants are the ancestors of the draconic sacrificial human race, then the 4 of them are the ancestors of the draconic sacrificial demon race. They are known as the 4 great demon ancestors. He is the leader of the 4 great demon ancestors. His name is Reincarnation Demon Ancestor. His reincarnation rule. Very scary. That strong? Long Chen was shocked. He was actually the strongest fellow below the ancestral dragons. How could such a strong fellow be so shameless normally? Long Qinglan smiled and shook his head. This fellow has been so interesting and daring since he was born. Back then, the demon race had just developed, and he wanted to overthrow the order of the 10 ancestral dragons. He thought that he was stronger than the 10 ancestral dragons. He could not find the first and second ancestral dragons, so he looked for the Void Universe Dragon to challenge. So I was very familiar with him and fought a few times. But he was really strong, and I lost every time. And then? Long Chen asked curiously. Long Qinglan said, to the ancestral dragons, he was just a joke. He was not a threat. However, since he could not challenge the Void Ether Dragon, he vented his anger on the other unparalleled mystical dragons. He was quite arrogant and despotic. He even threatened the Void Ether Dragon to appear. In the end, the Void Ether Dragon appeared, defeated him, and punished him. It stripped his power and rules, sealed him, and suppressed his spirit in a dragon scale. Back then, we were prepared to suppress him for a period of time and let him out when he was obedient. But we did not expect the sky-devouring race to appear. The chaotic sky-devouring dragon betrayed us, and the 9 ancestral dragons were defeated. Naturally, no one remembered him, so he floated around with that dragon scale until he followed you. It was such a sad story. Chapter 2769. I didn't expect Kitty to be so frivolous at such a young age. However, he is indeed quite unlucky. Originally, he was just punished, but he ended up being imprisoned for an entire era. Long Chen thought about it and still felt that Kitty was quite pitiful. After all, it had been an era. As an ancestor of the demon race, he had only caused a bit of trouble, but the punishment was too heavy. Of course, the Void Aeon Dragon did not do it on purpose. Unexpectedly, Long Qinglan shook his head and said, "You're wrong about that. I think he's lucky." Long Chen was shocked and asked, "Why? Do you know what happened to the other 3 ancestors in that battle?" They were all swallowed by the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon and turned to dust. Not even their bones were left. Oh, perhaps those 3 were Kitten's brothers and sisters. Long Qinglan continued, "There's another very important point. The Void Aeon Dragon hasn't used his true form, his power, and everything else about him. It's just been sealed away by the Void Aeon Dragon. It's been an epoch, and the seal might have loosened. If you can bring him to find what belongs to him, he might be able to return to the progenitor realm. Of course, it will take a certain amount of time for the fusion to succeed. After all, he has been through an era and his vitality is greatly damaged." No wonder Long Qinglan said that Kitten was lucky. The other 3 ancestors had been turned to dust, and he had provoked the 10 great ancestor dragons and was punished by being sealed. But because of that, he had escaped. He even had hope of returning to his peak and becoming a progenitor that surpassed the supreme god spirit. No wonder Long Qinglan said that these 2 could be of great help to him on the battlefield. Mo Xiaolang was endless. As long as he continued to devour, with Long Chen's help, he might be able to become the ruler of the sky-devouring clan again. Comparable to the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon and the others. As for Kitten, as long as he found what belonged to him, he might reach the progenitor realm faster than anyone else. Or rather, recover to the progenitor realm. "Do you have the location of Kitten's main body?" Long Chen asked. Long Qinglan said, "In an epoch, the infinite realms have changed so much. Just like the world of death, we don't know where the Void Ether Dragon's time tunnel went either. If you can find the time tunnel, maybe it's there. I remember that the Void Ether Dragon sealed his body in the time tunnel." A time tunnel? Long Chen memorized the location. The places he was looking for included the Cursed Land, the Death World, and this Death Light Tunnel. He had to find a way to break the seal, find the inherited blood essence in the origin dragon soul, and find Kitten's body. They were all things he needed to find, and they were all his missions. With so many things, it was obvious that they would have to travel all over the myriad worlds. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The 4 around you are the most loyal to you. You can nurture them without worry and put in some effort to make them stronger. In the future, they can all help you and give you the right to fight against the sky-devouring clan and the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. Long Chen understood the importance of helpers. He was not fighting alone. By his side, there were Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, and Kitten. There were 15 elders like Dragon Emperor and Yang Yu to advise him. There were other dragon attendants to protect and help. There were millions of dragon warriors fanatically supporting him. There were trillions of faith. In fact, it was very likely that there would be trillions of real divine dragon armies sweeping through the myriad worlds. With so many like-minded people, what was there for him to worry about? At this moment, Long Chen was filled with passion. Long Qinglan had given him such a heavy but glorious mission. He had given him a new lease on life. Go out and take a look at the origin dragon souls. Let the dragon warriors try to fuse with them. They can create many true dragons that are comparable to mystical dragons. Then let the origin dragon palace suppress your god nation. The only thing I can do now is to give Lingxi a little more time to practice more heavenly rules and spirit arts. You have to remember one thing. What? Don't let Lingxi inherit the dragon's essence blood. Tai Su has seen her fate. She might have other encounters that might be of greater use to you. Tai Su was the dragon attendant of the mixed Yuan destiny dragon. Her understanding of the rules of fate was definitely deeper than his. Her words always made sense. All right. Long Chen nodded. He respected the dragon attendants very much. They were the ones who created him and preserved the bloodline of the mystical dragon. When my time is up, I will leave. I will also let Lingxi leave this place. We do not have to meet again, Chen Er. Long Qinglan turned and stared at him. Say goodbye to me. Father, Long Chen could not say goodbye. He could not bring himself to say it. If he left this room, it would be farewell forever. From then on, they would fight for their own destinies. Don't worry about this. I will wait for you to establish a new world order. When that time comes, it will be easy for you to revive me. All the worlds will listen to you. Is that so? That was such a distant dream. Perhaps Long Qinglan was just saying. I understand. Father. Long Chen bowed deeply to him. This was an elder worthy of respect. Very well. Go chase your destiny. I did not mean to put all this on you. Long Qinglan's voice was hoarse. I remember what you said when you gave the dragon jade to me. A man should fight. Long Chen almost choked with emotion. That's right. Go. Go drink blood. Go overturn this world. Build a balanced order that belongs to my dragon. Protect our home, our brothers, our family, our lovers. The dragon attendant from the curse world was here as well. He had returned. The reason why he told Long Chen that he did not know about the origin dragon palace was because it was not time yet. At that time, Long Chen had not received the mixed Yuan fate dragon's essence blood. Let's begin. He doesn't have much time. Tai Su was the most powerful here. She said to Long Chen, I will bring you to see the origin dragon souls. More than half of the trillions of living beings were able to inherit the inheritance blood essence. Since he was already prepared for revenge, there was no need to hide it anymore. Long Chen planned to use all the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul to forge them. In any case, with the suppression of the origin dragon palace, he would be able to bring so many experts to traverse through heaven and earth and the starry sky. Naturally, this was a huge mission that required time and effort. Most of the time, he had to do it himself. A martial artist needed time to familiarize themselves with the inheritance blood essence and change it to a new inheritance blood essence. Therefore, they couldn't help him in the short term. By the time they grew stronger, Long Chen would probably be even stronger. The origin dragon palace can connect your deity nation with heaven and earth. It will allow your deity nation to have the same strength as the myriad worlds. They can be even stronger. The dragon attendants brought Long Chen and opened the first golden door. Inside was a vast starry sky. Countless broken stars floated in this starry sky. It seemed like there was a transparent sphere on every broken star. Within the sphere was a drop of blood. One could vaguely see mystical dragons swimming and roaring in the snow. The people of the 5 dragon cities understood dragons better and were more powerful. It was most suitable for them to inherit the legacy blood essence of the super mystical dragon and ultimate mystical dragon. There were countless broken stars in this starry sky. Long Chen believed that there were tens of billions of legacy blood essences. The first mission is to communicate with the dragon emperors and let each of them find a suitable legacy blood essence. After that is the fusion of the origin dragon soul. I should let the dragon emperors try the origin dragon soul first. First settle the legacy blood essence. When a dragon warrior has completely adapted to the new legacy blood essence, then proceed with the fusion of the origin dragon soul. Otherwise, there will be trouble. More haste, less speed. As for the dragon emperors, they had the legacy blood essence of the ultimate mystical dragon and naturally didn't need to be changed. In the primordial era, there were only close to 100 supreme mystical dragons. There were strong and weak ultimate mystical dragons. There were probably only a few 100,000 of them. The Origin Dragon Palace had about 100,000 ultimate mystical dragon legacy blood essence. These could be given to the core experts. There were millions or even tens of millions of super mystical dragons, which could be given to other humans. Generally speaking, when a powerful super mystical dragon reached its strongest state, it wouldn't be a problem for it to become a god emperor. Long Chen planned to first gather the legacy blood essence of the super mystical dragon and ultimate mystical dragon for the dragon warriors of the 5 dragon cities to fuse first. Of course, he would also keep a portion. Because there would naturally be some talented descendants of dragons in the dragon sacrificial continent and the eternal god realm. As the controller, he first needed to be fair. From his point of view, the entire starry sky was dotted with stars, as though there were billions of mystical dragons soaring above. It was incomparably gorgeous and spectacular. He couldn't help but imagine the dragon sacrificial continent from an epoch ago. Back then, the myriad worlds were stable and the myriad races lived in harmony. It wasn't like today, where everything was shattered. Other than the ultimate mystical dragons, the Origin Dragon Palace still has the legacy blood essence of 40 different types of supreme mystical dragons. I suggest you find 40 good seedlings in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. They are the most loyal to you, have the best willpower, tenacity, and talent, and are slightly younger. Let them inherit the legacy blood essence of the supreme mystical dragons. Perhaps before they find the origin dragon soul that belongs to them, they will be very weak and can't compare to other true dragons. But once they find it, they will definitely be your powerful arms. They might even surpass you in a short period of time. Therefore, the people you find must be extremely loyal to you. Tai Su said solemnly. Long Chen understood. It was still very easy to find 40 people like this. For example, in the massacred Dragon City, he had many disciples, such as Liang Teng, Luo Yan, and Pang Hong. He also had many friends, such as Feng Jilin, Yi Xian, and so on. Of course, loyalty and willpower were one factor, and so was talent. If the talent really wasn't up to par, Long Chen could only find someone else. Let's go take a look at the Origin Dragon Soul. Up until now, he had yet to see the real Origin Dragon Soul. Tai Su and the others brought Long Chen to another golden door. After the door was opened, it was a splendid world of gold and jade. It was a huge golden palace. Inside the palace, there were countless colorful pillars that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were tens of billions of them. Each pillar had an origin dragon soul coiled around it. This was a divine dragon in the soul state, which was slightly different from a real soul. However, it contained the real imprint and power of the mystical dragon. It was what the legacy blood essence needed the most. In the myriad worlds, only the mystical dragon has the origin dragon soul in addition to the spiritual soul. The origin of the origin dragon soul actually comes from the first ancestral dragon. I heard from the mixed Yuan fate dragon that in the past, all mystical dragons were born from the origin dragon soul, and the origin dragon soul was the first ancestral dragon. In other words, the first step of all mystical dragons was created by the first ancestral dragon. He is the beginning of life and the source of power for all mystical dragons. Long Chen looked at the countless origin dragon souls burning on the golden pillars and was dumbfounded. As a dragon warrior, he could naturally feel that he desperately needed the origin dragon soul. In fact, if he abandoned the ancestral dragon's legacy blood essence to fuse with an ultimate mystical dragon's legacy blood essence, and then fuse with the origin dragon soul, he could become a real mystical dragon. He would be even stronger and grow faster. Of course, he wouldn't do that, because that would limit his goal. His goal was to fight against the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon and the others. Therefore, he had to silently endure until he could reach the level of a supreme mystical dragon and a half-ancestor just by relying on the legacy blood essence to find the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. There were simply too many things to find. After looking at the origin dragon soul, Long Chen's heart was in turmoil. He calmed himself down and returned to his god nation. Now, everyone was waiting for Long Chen's news. At this moment, they were looking at Long Chen anxiously, waiting for Long Chen to tell them the truth. However, Long Chen said, "Everyone, from today onwards, everyone will undergo an extremely significant change. From now on, I hope that everyone will do as I say, but do not ask me why. Is that all right?" The dragon warriors looked at each other. Of course, they believed in Long Chen. It was just that it was rather strange for him to keep it a secret to this extent. However, as long as it was a good thing, they would definitely do it. By now, they had absolute trust in Long Chen. From this moment onwards, Long Chen would start to transform them and create a batch of legends that belonged to him. Mystical Dragon Army. Chapter 2771. The inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul did not involve the sky devouring clan and the chaotic heaven devouring dragon, nor did it involve the mystery of the extinction of the divine dragons. Long Chen only needed to let them know that the origin dragon palace had all the origin dragon souls and inheritance blood essence they wanted. At this time, even Mo Xiaolang and Soi Eon did not understand what Long Chen knew. They did not know what Long Chen should do in the future, or how to hide from Divine Emperor Jun and the Eternal God clan. However, when they saw Long Chen's extremely confident appearance, they knew that he definitely had an extremely appropriate method. And they could more or less confirm that the few around him were the dragon attendants. Millions of dragon warriors in the 5 major dragon cities were waiting for Long Chen's decision. As their leader, Long Chen was their faith. The God Nation was his world, and his voice was transmitted to the ears of every dragon warrior. Today, there are millions of dragon warriors in the 5 major dragon cities. Most of the dragon warriors in the entire dragon worship continent are gathered here. We understand the divine dragons the best. Along the way of cultivation, we are closely related to the divine dragons. We have the richest divine dragon bloodline in our bodies. Everyone should know that we dragon martial artists lack something in order to become a true divine dragon. And now, we have the origin dragon soul. Origin dragon soul. Hearing this news, everyone in the 5 major dragon cities cheered. For a moment, everyone was brimming with smiles. This was joy and laughter. They hugged each other excitedly and looked at Long Chen with incomparable reverence. They were so excited that they could barely breathe. I can become a true divine dragon. Blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Traversing the world and roaming the starry sky. A true divine dragon from an epoch ago. It was unimaginable how happy they were. Excitement, fanaticism, and endless surprise. The surging enthusiasm was like a volcano erupting. Seeing their excited looks, Long Chen was very pleased. Of course, this was not his credit, but the dragon attendants' credit. He was also grateful to these dragon attendants of the ancestral dragon. They were the ones who preserved the divine dragon's legacy, so that the dragon bloodline could be passed down. I can guarantee that every dragon martial artist will be able to find their own origin dragon soul. Let every dragon martial artist of the 5 great dragon cities become a true divine dragon. For example, the ultimate dragon god. Do all of you know what level of power an adult ultimate divine dragon possesses? When the excited dragon martialists heard this, they all quietened down. They stared blankly at Long Chen, their hearts filled with unimaginable joy. Long Chen did not beat around the bush and said directly, "That's right. If it's an ultimate dragon god, it would at least be at the god realm of absolute beginning, which is the realm of the god emperor among the deities. It's equivalent to God Emperor Jun. Hua." At this point, the dragon martial artists almost suffocated. It sounded unimaginable. God Emperor Jun was the #1 god in the immemorial era. To the dragon warriors, even an ordinary god was a mythical existence. Now that the gods had returned, the dragon warriors were used to seeing big scenes like Long Chen fighting with the gods every day, so they were probably used to it. But when they thought of the possibility of becoming God Emperor Jun, it was like a dream. Of course, when Long Chen found out about this, he also felt that he was dreaming. Not to mention them. Even the dragon emperors were trembling at this moment, asking each other if they had heard wrongly. Of course they knew how powerful the former divine dragons were, definitely surpassing the gods. But they did not expect that the Origin Dragon Palace could still have so many Origin Dragon souls. They could actually become the ancestral divine dragons of the ancient myths and legends. Excitement, shock, in their eyes, Long Chen saw too much surprise and fanaticism. Everyone's heart was boiling. Although we need a certain amount of time to mature and become stronger, at least in terms of bloodline, everyone surpasses the gods. Therefore, we are also destined to reforge the glory of the dragon sacrificial continent and make the gods and demons of the myriad worlds bow down to us. And I have an even bigger piece of good news here. Everyone, listen up. As long as Long Chen spoke, the dragon martialists would completely quiet down. Everyone looked at Long Chen eagerly. Long Chen enjoyed their excitement and anticipation. Fighting for all of this, no matter what, was worth it. He continued, "It's not just the Origin Dragon souls. Now that we have the Origin Dragon Palace that our ancestors left for us, there is a lot of inheritance blood essence here. Therefore, the first thing we have to do is not to fuse with the Origin Dragon souls, but to inherit the even stronger inheritance blood essence of the divine dragons. First, the martial artists of the 5 great dragon cities are the most elite of the dragon sacrificial continent, the group of people who are most familiar with the divine dragons. Therefore, I plan to find at least the inheritance blood essence of a super divine dragon or even an ultimate divine dragon for everyone. What I mean is that everyone in my god nation now has the possibility of becoming a god king or god emperor in the future. We will build an army with millions of god kings and close to 100,000 god emperors." Boom! Long Chen had indeed shocked them. If they were shocked before, now they were terrified. Happiness came too suddenly, making them feel like they were living in a dream. Long Chen estimated that it would take a few days for them to wake up from this happiness. Then, Long Chen let them think about it carefully. He first gathered with Mo Xiaolang, Soi Ian, Kitten, Yang Yu, the 15 dragon emperors, and some core friends. Now, even Mo Xiaolang couldn't believe this news. Kitten also stared at Long Chen with wide eyes. When Long Chen landed, he ran up and hugged Long Chen with his legs, howling, "Boss, from today onwards, I'm yours. You can do whatever you want to me, please give me the inheritance blood essence of an ultimate divine dragon and the Origin Dragon soul." As long as Kitten's original body was found, his future would be even more limitless. At this time, the dragon emperors also gathered together. Yang Yu knew that he had met Long Qinglan and was waiting for his answer. "Aunt Yu, his identity is a bit complicated. He's not really my father that you know, so it's not convenient for him to meet you. I'll tell you in detail in the future." Long Chen first explained to Yang Yu. Yang Yu took a step back. Her heart was a little empty. Although she was disappointed, she was still excited that Long Chen could find a turning point. Also, the origin dragon soul of the supreme divine dragon is not there yet. We might have to search for it in the infinite worlds. Yang Yu smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry. Just focus on your own things and let the young people become stronger. With such a mother and woman as his backing, Long Chen felt at ease. Yang Xueqing was also in the God Nation. Yang Yu roughly explained these things to her. Now, she was living a very stable life. Long Chen had to find a suitable inheritance blood essence for each of them. This required the cooperation of the 15 Dragon Emperors. The 15 Dragon Emperors would be the leader, and then they would be distributed systematically. Chen, is this all true? Eternal Dragon Emperor's tears flowed down his face. Just watch. Long Chen smiled, then got them to start tabulating the information. Every dragon city had hundreds of thousands of dragon warriors, so it was necessary to register everyone's information so that they could be clear about what type of divine dragon they liked and what type of divine dragon they were good at. There were roughly 2 levels. Long Chen would pick the best 100,000 people and let them inherit the ultimate divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. Then, the others could also be exchanged for super divine dragons. In the Origin Dragon Palace, the inheritance blood essence of low-class, mid-class, and high-class divine dragons was the most. Among them, there were hundreds of millions or even billions of high-class divine dragons' inheritance blood essence. In other words, in the future, Long Chen could create 1 billion god-level divine dragons on the dragon sacrificial continent. Even some mid-class divine dragons could become gods. At the very least, they could be equivalent to the current Dragon Emperor and the rest. Under Long Chen's instructions and the cooperation of the 15 Dragon Emperors, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Of course, Long Chen would also take old relationships into consideration. Everyone he knew, including his father-in-law and mother-in-law, were basically the same group of people that Biyao had found. Long Chen almost let them inherit the ultimate divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. Of course, if they were demons, then there was nothing he could do. He had to thank the primordial gods for bringing the eternal opal. Because of the eternal opal, even the Lingwu sword master could absorb and refine the ultimate divine dragon's inheritance blood essence when he reached the rebirth realm. Even if the others were weaker, with the help of Long Chen and the dragon servants, they were more or less the same. In any case, everyone was busy for a period of time. Long Chen was the same. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to cultivate. When the inheritance blood essence appeared, everyone finally understood that everything Long Chen had said was true. Long Chen had obtained their faith and all their information. No one could mess around. In the end, Long Chen had a clear idea of whether he had obtained the inheritance blood essence of a super divine dragon or an ultimate divine dragon. Basically, it was his ability that spoke. In fact, everyone was very satisfied. Whether it was a super divine dragon or an ultimate divine dragon, it was like a dream to them. Long Chen's current combat power was only at the level of a god king, but they already felt that he was heaven-defying. To be able to become Long Chen was an extravagant wish of theirs. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. After 3 months, all the information had been collated. Many people had already begun to integrate new inheritance blood essence. At the same time, they had also stored their previous inheritance blood essence. After all, there were many super divine dragons in the 5 major dragon cities. The 15 Dragon Emperors were the first 15 people to integrate the ultimate divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. Their familiarity and control of their inheritance blood essence were almost unmatched. As the others began to integrate the inheritance blood essence, and with the help of the dragon servants and other experts, Long Chen led the 15 Dragon Emperors in search of their origin dragon souls. Finally, they found them. A total of 15 types of origin dragon souls were brought to the God Nation by Long Chen. The Dragon Emperors were the first to try. It was time for them to become true divine dragons. The origin dragon souls were the true power. The 15 Dragon Emperors didn't need any guidance to find their own origin dragon souls. They knelt down in front of the dragon attendants. They had naturally guessed the identity of the dragon attendants. These were all preserved by them. Although there were many details that they didn't know, they were still full of respect. From today onwards, no matter what kind of power we obtain, we swear to be loyal to Chen-Er. For the divine dragon tribe, we will sacrifice our lives, shed our blood, and sacrifice our lives. They were of one heart and soul, treating each other with sincerity. The origin dragon's soul left the golden pillar and began to coil around the dragon emperors. They didn't need to do anything themselves. The origin dragon's soul could feel their inherited blood essence and would automatically fuse with it. In the future, the best way for you to find the origin dragon souls is to let the children who inherited the supreme divine dragon's inherited blood essence sense it. As long as they get close, they will be able to sense the changes. Even you, as long as you get close to the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul, you will definitely be able to sense it, Tai Su said beside Long Chen. Alright. This way, at least they would have a direction and wouldn't be like a headless fly. The 15 dragon emperors had all transformed into divine dragons. Their divine dragon bodies were the same size as the origin dragon soul. Now that they were flying in the sky, they looked like two identical divine dragons. At least from below, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. In the land of Long Chen's God Kingdom, the dragon martial artists who were inheriting the inherited blood essence could not help but look up at the sky with a fascinated expression. Long Chen was fascinated too. When he could fuse with the origin dragon soul, it would be the time for him to become the real ancestral dragon. Just like the 10 ancestral dragons before the epoch. Moreover, what was different about him was that his biggest advantage was the possibility of fusing the other 9 inherited blood essences of the ancestral dragon together. At least, he had already mastered 5 of the inherited blood essences. In fact, if he wasn't worried that the chaotic heaven-swallowing dragon would find out, he might be able to fuse with the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul as long as he found it. However, the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul would definitely be hidden to avoid being easily found. At this moment, the 15 dragon emperors started to fuse with the origin dragon soul. Every divine dragon started to fuse with their origin dragon soul, from the head to the tail, until it was completely fused. This was definitely a transformation of one's mortal body and bones. It was a change in the hierarchy of life. True divine dragons were born in front of the dragon martial artists. They could also transform into human forms, and their appearances and sizes were similar. However, they had endless room for improvement. Indeed, as Long Qinglan had said, every dragon emperor's realm was soaring. They did not cause as much of a commotion as when they became gods. Their dragon bodies had already surpassed divine bodies. Their powers were transforming and increasing. From dragon martial artists to dragons. Many changes happened so quickly that even Long Chen could not see them clearly. In the end, the 15 divine dragons appeared in front of Long Chen. They were now the larvae of the ultimate divine dragons, almost equivalent to newborn ultimate divine dragons. Every one of them had the power of a Sir God. They were probably between the Great Circle Sir God and the ultimate Sir God. Some were even equivalent to the ultimate Sir God. In the future, they would continue to grow. As time passed, they were destined to have the power of a god emperor. Imagining it was one state, seeing it with one's own eyes was another. The 15 dragon emperors transformed into human forms and appeared in front of Long Chen. They had changed. Other than the eternal dragon emperor, who stubbornly insisted on taking the form of an old man, the other dragon emperors had all become young. In reality, they were indeed very young in front of the dragon attendants. Every dragon emperor was very excited. We were a bunch of fellows who were about to be destroyed by the god's tribulation. Now that we have obtained eternal life, should we say that we are lucky, or something else? Their eyes were brimming with tears. 10 years ago, they were still suppressing their powers bitterly, waiting for death. At that time, they had never imagined that one day, they would become true ultimate divine dragons. They were just like Long Chen, with a bright future ahead of them. In the future, they would continue to grow stronger. Most importantly, Long Chen would create a ultimate divine dragon with at least 100,000 of their current power. Moreover, their future would be limitless. This is a miracle, a gift. The dragon emperors did not have the right to call themselves elders in front of the dragon attendants. They all knelt on the ground and expressed their utmost respect to their ancestors. This is just the beginning, Tai Su said. In the future, one day, the divine dragon tribe will return to the myriad worlds. We will build our own glory. We are immortal, and our legacy will not be destroyed. This sentence reverberated in Long Chen's God Kingdom. The first attempt was a success. Of course, the 15 dragon emperors were stronger than the average person, and they were familiar with their legacy blood essences. For others to reach the standard to start integrating the legacy blood essences, they had to reach a certain standard. From today onwards, the 15 dragon emperors would check on Long Chen. Any qualified dragon martial artist could start integrating the origin dragon soul. The first batch was the Blue Fire Emperor, Xue Qi, and the rest. They had also reached the level of a divine soul. Half a year passed. Of course, only a short time had passed in the myriad worlds. And Long Qinglan's room had been there for a long time. Whenever Long Chen had the time, he would look at the door silently. He could open it with the heart's eye of wishes, but he did not do so. I wonder how strong little she will be when she comes out. Our child won't be born, right? Long Chen was struggling with this question. In the God Kingdom, true divine dragons were born one after another. As long as they were ultimate divine dragons, they could generally reach the Sir God level. Long Chen was already subverting this world. He was also envious of becoming a true divine dragon. Now that he had time to relax, he started to look for good seedlings of the peerless divine dragon. He already had a few candidates. They were all passionate and hot-blooded young people. For example, the children of the Slaughter Dragon City who called him master, the children of the Dragon Planet, and some good seedlings of the 5 great dragon cities. They might not be strong for the time being, but their futures were limitless. Long Chen would test and select them well. In the future, they would be his companions in conquering the myriad worlds. When would he be able to build his unparalleled divine dragon army? Today was the end of the month-long exemption. This was the sincerity of the madman, the sincerity of letting everyone read the original. Support the original, respect the author, respect all kinds of workers, and hope that everyone will continue to read the original in the future. It was only 2 to 30 cents a day, and everyone could afford it. Thank you, everyone. In the future, the madman would truly establish a supreme divine dragon army. He would gather the madman's most hardcore readers so that everyone's name would appear in Dragon Blood War God. He would make everyone into less than 100 supreme divine dragons. How would they enter? It would be announced in a few days. Chapter 2773. Another half a year had passed. During this year, Long Chen and the Dragon Emperor had been busy. Now, they had almost found suitable inherited blood essence for these millions of people. Because almost everyone was a dragon martial artist, the total amount of inherited blood essence did not change. Some of the dragon martial artists had already integrated with the origin dragon soul and became a real divine dragon, possessing power comparable to or even beyond ordinary gods. Of course, they were only young dragons. Next, they only needed to slowly familiarize themselves with the new inheritance essence blood and comprehend the Tao and rules within it in the coming days. For ordinary warriors, this naturally took a long time. Therefore, there were not many people who could meet the requirements and begin to integrate with the origin dragon's soul every day. This huge task had been handed over by Long Chen to the Dragon Emperor and those who had become true dragons. After a year, Long Chen was finally free. On the side of the 5 major dragon cities, almost everyone had changed their appearance. In the future, they would become stronger step by step. They were full of gratitude for all this. At the thought of the millions of true dragon army in the future, almost everyone was extremely excited. They were all terrifyingly powerful. In the future, they would definitely be able to rebuild the dragon sacrificial continent and make it the new #1 in the myriad of worlds. Meanwhile, Longchen guarded in front of the golden door all day long. He did not use the Eye of Hope to open the door. He was afraid that it would affect Lingxi. After all, it would take a lot of energy for Long Qinglan to change the time in the room. Once he was interrupted, he was afraid that it would end. Once Lingxi comes out, I'm afraid it will be time for my father to leave. He was a little melancholy. Long Qinglan's departure meant that he would disappear for eternity. Although he said that he might be able to bring him back to life, when would that happen? The two of them were destined to use different methods to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood for the same future. Long Chen was very glad that he was shouldering the same mission as his father. He was no longer the same person he was many years ago in Biyao Town, Yuanling City, and the dynasty of God Wuxia Sage, or the 3 imperial regions. Back then, he might have been young and arrogant, but now he was a leader who ruled over a realm. He was the hope of the dragon sacrifice and the guarantee for the survival of trillions of people. He was the last legacy of the divine dragon clan. He had just reached the great essence divine realm. In terms of realms, he might not even be as good as the Dragon Emperor and the others. Long Chen, he's probably going to leave soon. Once he does, we can't waste any more time. We'll transfer the origin dragon's soul to your divine kingdom. Are you ready? One day, Tai Su and the other dragon attendants appeared by his side. Now that a year had passed, only a day had passed in the dragon sacrificial continent. However, once time was synchronized, Divine Emperor Di Jun would arrive faster. All right. Long Chen was ready. The journey had begun. At this moment, the golden door in front of him opened, and Lingxi walked out of it in a daze. After seeing Long Chen, she whispered, "Why is he gone?" "He's gone." Long Chen was very sensitive to time. In the instant that Lingxi opened that door, the time inside and outside had synchronized. Long Qinglan had returned to a time that belonged to him 100,000 years ago. Perhaps this would be their eternal farewell. I've passed 10 years, but she's still not born. But soon. Now, her lower abdomen had swelled up quite a bit. After all, she was a child with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Before the epoch, the ancestral dragons had never raised offspring. However, it usually took a certain amount of time for deities to breed offspring. Considering their long lives, it wasn't too long since this little life was born. It seemed that the speed of her growth had been slowing down. Long Chen estimated that her birth would come later than he had imagined. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. After 10 years of cultivation, Lingxi had changed. I've cultivated a total of 5 types of heavenly rules. I've reached the primordial godly king realm. Chen, I can help you now. Although she was connected to Long Chen through the 3 lifetimes thread, she couldn't see what was happening on Long Chen's side. She didn't even know about the essence blood inheritance. 5 types. Roughly 1 every 2 years. In other words, it was very likely that Lingxi would be able to cultivate all 18 types of heavenly rules and reach the God Emperor realm in just over 20 years. This was much faster than the growth of an ultimate mystical dragon. Long Chen was really happy for her. She must have put in a lot of effort to do these things, which was why she was rewarded today. The other dragon servants stood at the side, looking at the empty room with reverence. It was as if he had always been their leader. For the sake of his dream of resurrection, he had been the first to give his all to create Long Chen. The golden door closed slowly and disappeared. The room no longer existed. Long Chen, let's begin. Tai Su said. I'll tell you about the other things in detail. I have something to do first. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and let her return to the God nation. From today onwards, Lingxi would be one of the strongest people by his side. Be it Ling Su's sword Dao or heavenly rules, she would be able to display shocking battle strength that far surpassed Biyao. As for what Long Qinglan had given to Lingxi, no one knew. Perhaps even the dragon servants didn't know. Long Chen followed the 6 dragon servants out of the Origin Dragon Palace and floated above it. From the outside, the Golden Palace looked majestic, bright, and boundless. It was an origin-grade destinable immortal treasure. If Long Chen could use it in the future, its power would be terrifying. Of course, its most important task now was to protect the Origin Dragon soul. In the 10,000 worlds of gods and demons, not many can open the sealed Origin Dragon Palace. After saying this, the dragon servants who were once in the half-ancestor realm started to control it. First, they shrunk the Origin Dragon Palace. Long Chen knew that the arrival of the Origin Dragon Palace in his god nation would definitely cause a huge change. Therefore, he told the dragon martial artists to protect themselves and stopped cultivating. It began. The 6 dragon servants were positioned in 6 different directions outside the Origin Dragon Palace. They started chanting and opened their arms. They formed countless complicated mystical dragon symbols on the Origin Dragon Palace. Under their control, the Origin Dragon Palace was indeed weakening. They weren't the true controllers of this miraculous origin-grade destinable treasure. However, they could use their bloodline connection to give the first ancestral dragon to slightly control the Origin Dragon Palace. Of course, to them back then, an origin-grade destinable immortal treasure might not be considered much. They had sufficient techniques and might. The scene was undoubtedly grand. Eventually, the Origin Dragon Palace shrunk to the size of a room. However, its majestic might didn't change at all. It was still awe-inspiring. Get ready. Tai Su and the others reminded. Long Chen opened the god nation to welcome the arrival of the Origin Dragon Palace. In an instant, the Golden Palace flew towards Long Chen. At the same time, it was the hatred and mission of the mystical dragon race. Long Chen's blood boiled as he accepted it. Boom. The Origin Dragon Palace entered his god nation and landed towards the center of the continent. Finally, it suppressed this vast land. At the start, there didn't seem to be any changes. However, all of a sudden, the entire god nation started to change. The continents were constantly expanding. In an instant, the territory doubled. As time passed, the entire world was changing. The god nation was constantly shaking. As for Long Chen, he was like a bystander watching everything. However, he was excited. The millions of people in the god nation were also excited. Although they didn't know what was happening. For the time being, Long Chen hadn't told them about his shocking plan to transfer the entire dragon sacrificial continent into the god nation. They watched as the world in the god nation surpassed the eternal god domain and continued to expand. It was like a completely real world. Now, they didn't feel like they were living in a god nation. Is that the Origin Dragon Palace? The Origin Dragon Palace has entered his god nation. Now, they could see that as the Origin Dragon Palace expanded, the world was expanding as well. It was as if the Origin Dragon Palace was expanding this place. The might of an origin-grade destinable artifact was evident. Several days passed. Every day was a shocking change. Until the Origin Dragon Palace in everyone's eyes became the size of the outside world. Long Chen's god nation was also expanded to the size of half of the dragon sacrificial continent. This vast and boundless world was a real world to everyone. It was no different from the dragon sacrificial continent outside. Moreover, with the suppression of the Origin Dragon Palace, the level of the world here surpassed the dragon sacrificial continent under the suppression of the eternal bright stone. At the same time, the Origin Dragon Palace was connected to the outside world and could absorb the vast energy of the entire world to provide for the cultivation of the dragon warriors. A new world. The millions of dragon warriors were shocked. This god nation has actually become a real huge world. It's even better than the current dragon sacrificial continent. Heavens, I feel that even if I don't cultivate, my power seems to be increasing rapidly. It was done. Long Chen was naturally very satisfied with this new world. In the future, he would bring this new world and the trillions of lives to roam the world and find what belonged to the Dragon God clan. As for the old dragon sacrificial continent, actually, it had already perished and was just struggling at death's door. Long Chen didn't want to abandon it. One day, he would bring the people back to rebuild their home. After all, this was their route. It's time to leave this place. Long Chen was ready. In these few days, he had also communicated with Lingxi. Now, Lingxi had a rough idea of the situation. What was he doing when you were cultivating? Long Chen asked. He just stood there without any movement. From the outside, it looked like Long Chen and the 6 dragon servants had left the ancient starry sky of the Origin Dragon Palace. Suddenly, Tai Su said, "There are still 3 godly kings suppressed in the Origin Dragon Palace." Chapter 2774. At this time, Long Chen just happened to come out of that starry sky. When he came out, that starry sky would probably disappear forever. That was a space opened by the ancestral dragons to protect the Origin Dragon Palace. 3 god kings. To be honest, Long Chen had been busy for a whole year and had really forgotten about them. They were still suppressed under the golden mountain of the Origin Dragon Palace. Now, he stood above the eternal god domain. Eastern Star region. He had to get rid of them. Now that he had reached the God Lord realm, and there were thousands of true dragons in his god nation, as well as Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, and the others, he did not need to be afraid of the 3 god kings. Then I'll get rid of them. Long Chen rushed into the sky. He was still very cautious when doing things. Although he had the power to suppress the 3 godly kings, he was still worried that the godly kings would act in desperation. If they were to become ruthless and injure the ordinary creatures, that would be bad. If they were to attack, millions of people would die instantly. To me, right now, every single person is precious. Soon, he arrived above the dragon sacrificial continent. This was also the battlefield where he often fought. The eternal opal was not far away, but it was a pity that Long Chen could not take it. This belongs to God Emperor Dijun. Even if I have a way to take it, I can't erase the traces on it. Taking it will only give them clues to chase me. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of this eternal chaos treasure. Below, the dragon sacrificial continent was still the same. Of course, only one day had passed in the outside world. To everyone, Long Chen had just fought with God King Ink Desolation and disappeared for a day. Therefore, they were still very nervous. They roughly knew that Long Chen and the others had disappeared in the east of the eternal god domain. However, they knew that they were gods and would not disappear forever. They would suddenly appear. Therefore, many people were actually waiting and paying attention. The vast god nation in Long Chen's body was comparable to a world. Naturally, he couldn't let the 3 divine kings know about this world, nor could he let them inform divine Emperor Jun in advance. Therefore, he ordered the dragon attendants to directly shake the 3 divine kings out. Now that the dragon attendants were outside, it wasn't really suitable for them to take action. Thus, Long Chen chose to personally take care of them. This could also be considered as putting an end to everything that had happened on the dragon sacrificial continent. Before entering the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen had to face the suppression of the 2 great god systems. His heart was tied to the masses, and there was no way out. Now, Long Qinglan and the other dragon attendants had given him new hope and a new path. Rumble. After being suppressed for a year, the 3 godly monarchs were thrown out of the Origin Dragon Palace in a blur. They were also thrown out of the Divine Kingdom by Long Chen. After being suppressed for a year, they were still in a daze. Naturally, they could not see Long Chen's Divine Kingdom clearly. They basically thought that they would be suppressed forever. We're out. The 3 god kings were extremely shocked. There was 300 times the time inside and outside. Long Chen could totally stay inside for 70 years. Why did he choose to come out now? This was just the beginning. Could it be that he wanted to go against Divine Emperor Di Jun now? The three godly monarchs looked at Long Chen in unison. Long Chen didn't change much compared to a year ago. During this year, his main focus wasn't on cultivation. However, when they saw the smile on Long Chen's face and how everything was planned, the three godly monarchs were still very apprehensive when they recalled that he had already taken control of the Origin Dragon Palace. After all, since he had let them out, it seemed like he could control the overall situation. Starry Sky Divine King said furiously, "Long Chen, are you courting death? Let us out. If you want to suppress us again, you won't have the chance anymore." His explosive shout startled the heaven and earth once more, causing the trillions of living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent to become nervous once more. It turned out that the great battle really hadn't ended yet. God King Ink Desolation said solemnly, "Looks like you have some gains in the Origin Dragon Palace. But let me tell you, since you've come out, the God Emperor will be here in less than 3 months. Unless you can abandon the dragon sacrificial continent and escape, you have no other way out. If you leave, the eternal god race will definitely destroy this place completely, not leaving a single life behind. Furthermore, we will also stop you." He purposely wanted everyone to know about this matter. He wanted them to know that Long Chen was someone who wanted to abandon them and run away by himself. He wanted them to lose all hope in Long Chen. Given Long Chen's personality, he would definitely not be willing to leave this place. For a moment, the dragon sacrificial continent was in an uproar. Long Chen's faith was also being challenged. "You don't have to worry about this. I won't leave this place, nor will I leave them. As for how I will face God Emperor Di Jun and the eternal god race, it's none of your business. The three of you, continue with the previous battle. This time, I, Long Chen, will fight the three of you alone." Now, he could also be considered a god lord. The Origin Dragon Palace had changed his worldview and everything about him, allowing him to have a more robust future and the capital to build a huge army. However, it didn't change Long Chen's combat strength. In terms of combat strength, he was the ancestral dragon. No one could help him. He still needed to rely on himself to advance step by step. Fighting alone. It had only been a day. A day ago, Long Chen fought God King Ink Desolation alone, and the outcome was still undetermined. Now, he actually declared to fight 3 God Kings alone. On the dragon sacrificial continent, the trillions of living beings quietened down. Long Chen still made them feel at ease. It was just that the challenge this time was a little too big. Can he really succeed? Even if he succeeds, we have already offended the ancient gods and the eternal god race. Do we still have a way out? No one was a fool. In the era of gods, information spread too quickly. Then let's try. God King Space was already angry anyway. He had had enough of being suppressed under the Golden Mountain for a year. He was a dignified ancient deity, but he was actually toyed around by a little brat like Long Chen. In the end, he was reduced to such a miserable state. Boom. God King Space revealed his true form. A starry sky flood dragon that spanned across the heavens and earth appeared in front of all living beings. Every scale was like a shining star, like a heavenly river. Another huge beast, Ink Chilan, stood side by side with the galaxy serpent, in front of Long Chen. Light God King hid between the 2 monster gods. Since Long Chen declared to fight the 3 of them alone, they obviously didn't dare to be polite. In the Light God King's divine kingdom, the other gods were also cursing Long Chen. The battle began. On the dragon sacrificial continent, the people's hearts tightened again. I've heard too many secrets, too many truths, and seen too many inherited essence blood and origin dragon souls. It's as if I've transcended the ordinary level, and I've become a bit complacent. In fact, my current opponents are just deities, and they're only deity emperors. Long Chen understood. Rice had to be eaten bite by bite. The road had to be walked step by step. Although he had seen a bigger world, he still had to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground. Over-exaggeration would only destroy everything left behind by the mystical dragon tribe, the hard work of the dragon attendants, and the self that Long Qinglan had exchanged with his life. He began to try to forget the things he knew in the Origin Dragon Palace and focus on facing the three opponents. Then, he attacked. Speed. In a flash. His opponents attacked too. The three god kings attacked together, and the world exploded. Under the suppression of the Origin Dragon Palace, they were almost driven crazy. Stars God King. After Longchen transformed into a god lord, his speed was even more terrifying. He didn't even transform into his dragon form and fought the Stars Flood Dragon in his human form. At this moment, the Lingsu twin swords appeared in his hands. With a burst of power, he descended in front of the Stars Flood Dragon. To the Stars Flood Dragon, he was insignificant. Everyone watched nervously with widened eyes. Heaven's retribution. The Lingsu twin swords exploded with two towering sword auras. To the Stars Flood Dragon, it was just two insignificant sword auras, one gold and one black. He underestimated the power of Heaven's retribution. Very soon, he discovered that even the starlight could not stop Heaven's retribution. Even the astral dragon cave could not stop Heaven's retribution. Heaven's retribution slashed his flood dragon's head, leaving a wound. The Stars Flood Dragon was about to laugh when he discovered that Long Chen's attack was too weak. Then, he howled in pain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everyone could clearly see that there were countless bloody holes on the Stars Flood Dragon's body, causing him to bleed profusely. Now, he was completely covered in gold and black sword auras. Countless divine dragons triggered the power within his body to explode. In an instant, the Stars Flood Dragon cried out in pain. With just one move, he returned to his human form. He was covered in blood and on the verge of death. Xingfeng. The radiant god king caught him. With just one move, the Stars Flood Dragon was on the brink of death. If the radiant god king did not protect him, Long Chen's sword would have been enough to destroy him. Long Chen, your opponent is me. The Ink Qilin descended. At the same time, the ancient King Cauldron appeared. He could finally use the Ink Qilin's body to use the ancient King Cauldron. Its power was indeed much stronger. You have indeed grown much stronger. However, with such strength, it would be easy for you to go against us. Any random Great Perfection Realm God King would be able to take your life. The Eternal God Clan would not let you off either. You really have to think this through. If we hand over the Origin Dragon Palace to you, at the very least, none of the trillions of living beings would harm them. God King Ink Desolation gave Longchen one last chance. Without a word, Longchen attacked with his sword. Time Rupture. This sword caused time to rumble, tearing out a long river. God King Ink Desolation was shocked. He hurriedly used the ancient King Cauldron to block that sword. In that instant, a sharp sound shook the world. The ancient King Cauldron trembled and shrunk. When it returned to God King Ink Desolation, it was already very small. Long Chen's time rupture did not hit God King Ink Desolation, but it caused the ancient King Cauldron's power to collapse. The creation god power leaked out, making it hard for him to use it in the short term. So strong. God King Ink Desolation was stunned. In the past, he could use the ancient King Cauldron to suppress Long Chen. Now, it was destroyed. Moreover, time rupture had always been Long Chen's first step. Chapter 2775. The Source of Life. For the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon, his understanding of the Tao of life was generally a bit stronger than the other 14. For example, the Flame of Life. Although he'd comprehended it before the 14th life formation, it was still extremely useful. After repelling the primordial King's Cauldron, Long Chen used the Source of Life. Using the Source of Life in the form of the Supreme Ultimate Dragon would only make it stronger. God King Ink Desolation watched as the most important dragon head opened its mouth slightly. A green gem appeared in it, and then a terrifying suction force covered the sky and earth. Under this power, he, the mighty god King Ink Desolation, was completely imprisoned. In just a short moment, he'd lost countless lives. What's going on? Last time, he'd also faced the laws of Long Chen's source of life. Last time, it had been interrupted by the Taiji god. This time, it was even more violent and violent. In just a short moment, the Ink Qilin could clearly sense that he was rapidly weakening. He was losing his power, his life force. All of his life force was being sucked into the green life force in the Taiji dragon's mouth. What does it feel like to lose your life? You've always been good at dominating the lives of others and the lives of the common people. You think you're superior, but when I take control of your life, what are you thinking? Long Chen's voice rang out in God King Ink Desolation's ears. Long Chen, you won't have a good ending, God King Ink Desolation said in pain. God King Ink Desolation exclaimed in agony. Anyone who watched themselves age bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye would find it to be a nightmare. Even his strong body was starting to shrivel up at this moment. Radiant grave. Suddenly, an astonishing gravestone crushed down on Long Chen. It was an external force, the ultimate manifestation of the radiant God King's power. Breaking through Long Chen's green tunnel and blocking the source of life was no problem, but Long Chen didn't plan on ending God King Ink Desolation's life so quickly. The radiant grave broke through the source of life, but it failed to harm Long Chen at all. Instead, it pulled Ink Qilin back from the jaws of death. Seeing God King Ink Desolation's current state, the radiant God King and the other gods in his divine kingdom gasped. Long Chen is actually this powerful. They were all scared. They weren't afraid of Long Chen's power, but they were afraid that he wasn't afraid of death. Now, even the divine emperor couldn't threaten him. If he went crazy and killed everyone, what would happen then? Back when they had returned to the dragon sacrificial continent, they had only known that this was a rundown place. There wouldn't be any gods coming here, and there wouldn't be any danger either. They had never imagined that there would be a situation like this. Use the eternal opal and kill him. In the divine nation, Biyao screamed, her face pale. Yes, the eternal opal. They could still remember how they couldn't break through the divine star of destiny back then, but in the end, they succeeded with the eternal opal. The three god kings had no other choice. The two godly monarchs were severely injured and had been beaten back to their original forms by Long Chen. They were so weak that they had almost lost their lives. If they did not think of other methods, they would definitely die. Therefore, under Biyao's reminder, they could only use the eternal opal. The three god kings joined forces and rushed towards the eternal incandescent stone with all their might. Down below, all living beings looked on. They could not see clearly, but through their conversation and analysis, it seemed like the three godly kings had suffered a crushing defeat without any suspense, and then they had to use the eternal opal. The previous time, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. It was truly terrifying. The three godly monarchs are really desperate now. Luckily, they didn't use us to threaten Long Chen. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. I didn't expect Long Chen to become so strong after just one day. That's right. Back then, he left with the era Heavenly Devil. After returning, he could only be considered a minor character among the gods. His rise is truly terrifying. Can he block the attack of the eternal opal? He doesn't seem to be panicking. The living beings were extremely nervous because at this moment, the three godly kings had indeed reached the side of the eternal opal and were in formation. They were deeply shocked by how terrifying Long Chen was, and they planned to fight to the death. What made them feel the most fortunate was that Long Chen was too arrogant, and he still allowed them to control the eternal opal. Seeing Long Chen's relaxed attitude, hope was reignited in their hearts. Yes, use the eternal opal and blast him into pieces. Biyao screamed at the top of her lungs. To be honest, she was too afraid. Every gaze from Long Chen made her tremble. She recalled what God King Wang Qing had said. Long Chen was the most monstrous youth in the entire myriad of worlds. Activate. The three godly kings were prepared to use up all their strength to kill Long Chen. They would not hesitate no matter what price they had to pay. The situation was dire, but Long Chen did not panic at all. He was still far away from the eternal opal. He had turned into his human form, and he looked at the three godly kings without moving. He had no intention of stopping them at all. Attack! Biyao urged. Even if it was just a tiny bit of the eternal opal's power, it would be enough to kill Long Chen if it hit Long Chen directly. They were all very nervous and excited. The three godly kings were prepared to attack. At this moment, an extremely intense beam of light erupted from Long Chen's right eye. That beam of light shot into the sky and arrived before the radiant godly kings in a flash. The speed of light was unstoppable. Moreover, even the radiant godly kings did not care about this beam of light that had no offensive power at all. Heart's Eye of Desire. Long Chen was very willing to give it a try. He used the Eye of Desire to stab into the radiant godly king's heart of laws. He had experienced the attack of the Eye of Desire before, so he knew what the current radiant godly king felt like. It was a mysterious change, a kind of pressure. This was the law of desire, and also the law of faith. Attack the two beside you. This was the order that Long Chen gave to the radiant godly king. At that moment, the radiant godly king could not control himself. He stopped activating the eternal opal and suddenly attacked. His palms landed on the two godly kings around him. The eternal opal that was about to activate suddenly stopped, and the two godly kings were heavily injured once again. In an instant, the three godly kings collapsed. What's going on? The radiant godly king woke up and could not believe his eyes. What are you doing? The gods in the divine nation were shocked. Of course, they did not know about the Eye of Desire. At this moment, Long Chen instantly changed his figure and appeared beside the heavily injured godly king Ink Desolation and godly king Starry Sky in the blink of an eye. He grabbed one with each hand. Under his powerful control, the two godly kings were dazed and could not move at all. Leave them to me. Tai Su appeared beside Long Chen and took control of godly king Ink Desolation and godly king Starry Sky. Long Chen would deal with them later. In the end, his gaze landed on the radiant godly king. Holding a sword in each hand, he charged towards the radiant godly king. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No one understood what had happened. However, they knew that the three godly kings had lost. In an instant, everyone cheered for Long Chen. The radiant godly king did not know who Tai Su was, but he was terrifying. From the looks of it now, the three of them were definitely going to lose. It's useless even if you kill the three of us. You can't break out of the hopeless situation of the dragon sacrificial continent. Is that so? Long Chen charged forward and pierced through the radiant godly king's divine body with heaven's punishment. The radiant godly king was also heavily injured and on the verge of death. Why don't you just kill us directly? The radiant godly king said angrily. Long Chen pointed his sword at the center of his brows and said, I want to ask for someone from you. Who? Biyao. Long Chen's gaze was cold as he said those two words. The three godly kings' expressions changed drastically. That's right, Biyao was still here. Their priority now should be to protect Biyao. Impossible. The radiant godly king shook his head furiously. He knew that Biyao and Long Chen had a huge grudge. If I kill you, I can still drag her out. The three of you have done nothing wrong to the dragon sacrificial continent. I might not want to take your life, but if you stubbornly oppose me, I can kill you easily. Radiant godly king, I'm not joking with you. You should know that. Long Chen was speaking the truth. Now that he knew the truth about the gods and demons, he knew that the three of them were actually gods of the primordial era. They were the ancestors of the people of the dragon sacrificial continent now. They were just transformed by the sky-devouring clan. Their bloodline should still be there. However, if they didn't listen, then there was nothing he could do. What do you want to do? The radiant godly king asked reverently. Long Chen thought about it. There was no need to hide it from him. At this moment, Lingxi appeared beside him. Long Chen had promised Lingxi that he would give her a chance to take revenge personally. Seeing Lingxi, the three godly kings couldn't help but widen their eyes. Long Chen told Lingxi to disguise herself a little. She was a pure immortal source body, so it wasn't that easy to see through her. He could only see that her strength was similar to Biyao's. She once instigated the godly king of hell to attack Lingxi. Today, Lingxi will personally take revenge on her. Whether she lives or dies will depend on her own luck. Biyao, I know you can hear me. Come out, daughter of the divine emperor. Long Chen personally handed the Lingxu dual swords to Lingxi. Although she's pregnant and shouldn't move around, she's been too much of a bully and underestimated me. Just this once, Lingxi said softly. It's fine. She's nothing. Long Chen gave her the greatest encouragement. To be honest, it was Biyao who had changed Lingxi. Now, there should be a result. If she loses and Princess Biyao wins, will you let the princess go, Long Chen? The radiant godly king still persisted. Let her go, Long Chen only said one word. However, the power of his words was different from Biyao's. He always did what he said. The radiant godly king knew that he had no room to bargain. Saying that was already Long Chen's limit. Princess, before the radiant godly king could finish, Biyao had already charged over. She looked at Long Chen with her bloodshot eyes, then at Lingxi. She could not help but sneer, just you? You should piss off and go have children. Even if a lowly mortal like you becomes a god, you won't be able to get rid of your filthy bloodline. Long Chen must be blind to have actually taken a liking to you. I'll show him who's more suitable for him today. Chapter 2776. In the face of Biyao's shrewish taunts and curses, Lingxi's expression didn't change in the slightest. She really wasn't angry at all, even though Long Chen, who was beside her, wanted to give this woman a good beating. Long Chen trusted Lingxi, so he stepped aside. However, he restrained the radiant god kings. Now that he had complete control over the three heavily injured god kings, he could end them once Lingxi was done. After all, the god emperor had descended. They had to leave quickly. Lingxi floated in front of the pale-faced Biyao. Her bright eyes stared at the agitated Biyao. Between you and me, who is the true lowly one? Everyone can see that nobility doesn't come from your bloodline, but from your soul. You are dirtier than anyone else, so what if you're the god emperor's daughter? Moreover, there has never been a situation where you or I are more suitable for him. From the start to the end, you have never had the right. If Lingxi had been polite to her, she would not have acted personally. Back in the Sky Supreme Sword Ocean, she had been defeated by Biyao time and time again. Each battle was unforgettable. Later on, she finally knew who had forced her to this extent. It was Biyao. Not only did she want to kill her mother and daughter, she wanted to steal her man. To any woman, this was a life and death feud. The person before her was indeed the person Lingxi hated the most since she was young, so she had to act personally. Now, she had a pure immortal source body and grasped 5 heavenly rules. However, Biyao did not know this. She knew that Lingxi had just become a god. Long Chen was a monster, but Lingxi was definitely not. She obviously did not believe that everyone around Long Chen could be so heaven-defying. Since you're looking to die, I'll grant you your wish. She was enraged. Her white hair flew in the air like a demon. The more furious she was, the uglier she was. Compared to Lingxi, who was filled with spiritual qi and celestial qi, the greater the disparity. This was especially so after the 3 godly kings were defeated. Meanwhile, Long Chen watched silently from the side. Biyao was so angry that she was about to explode when she saw the concern in Long Chen's eyes for Lingxi. If I, Biyao, want something, there is nothing that I, Biyao, cannot obtain. You lowly thing, I will make you understand that you are not qualified to compete with me. Biyao screamed shrilly. Her words were fierce and vicious, causing everyone to sigh in amazement. As expected, when women fought, it was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, Lingxi was too lazy to argue with her. Biyao flew over like a white whirlwind, holding the 9-star Emperor sword in her hand. At the same time, she displayed the space law, blazing sun law, and unruffled law. Emotional injury. This was her first law of forgetfulness. The battlefield was completely enveloped by the law of emotional injury. This was a move that had once affected Long Chen's performance. Biyao was confident that she could instantly finish off this arrogant woman, Lingxi. But when she attacked with her sword, she found that Lingxi was completely unmoved. Sad heavenly demise. Biyao was shocked. She used an even stronger law of forgetfulness. This was what she had originally prepared to deal with Long Chen, but it was completely countered by Long Chen's destiny heavenly eye. Sad heavenly demise was an emotional law. It could cause one's emotions to fall to the bottom, completely lose their fighting spirit, and their combat strength would plummet. To be honest, such a law was extremely terrifying in the myriad worlds. If it was a cultivator of the same level, they would be easily suppressed. Think about your sorrowful matters. An ant-like thing like you wants to fight me? Who do you think you are, lowly woman? Biyao was extremely arrogant. At this moment, she was displaying the 3 swords of Emperor Jun. Starting from the graceful swan, she attacked one sword after another. In her estimation, Ling Shi, who had been affected by the eye of Heavenly Slayer, could only be torn apart by her. But at this time, she saw Ling Shi's clear, ethereal, pure eyes that were as white as snow. There was no fear or sorrow in them at all. She was like a piece of precious jade, and no amount of negative energy could affect her purity. Heaven's heart art. This was a heavenly rule spiritual art. Lingxi merely chanted a few words, and the heaven's heart art was activated. Of course, sad heavenly demise could not hurt her. To her, this law was not very effective. Her pure immortal source body was already very resistant to it. Therefore, Biyao was agitated. Die. Her hatred for Ling Shi was boundless and boundless. But she met the heaven's heart art. Binding art. In that instant, Biyao screamed. A nomological law transformed into an incomparably complex rune that wrapped around the world tree in her body. This terrifying nomological law caused Biyao to instantly lose all of her strength. She felt as though her internal organs were tangled together, and the several swords that she had prepared were abruptly interrupted. Arg! That mournful scream could be said to be world-shaking, causing everyone to involuntarily cover their ears. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that at least in this first clash, Biyao was at a disadvantage. To be honest, Ling Shi was currently at a level where she could crush Biyao in every aspect. Just with the heaven's heart art, Lingxi could torture her to death. She sheathed one of her swords, and a white thread seemed to twine around her slender fingers. Biyao was right in front of her, and every time Ling Shi changed the slightest thing in her hand, Biyao would spasm. Her face was deathly pale, and she looked at Ling Shi with boundless fear. Just now, it was still Biyao who was awe-inspiring. But in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. Biyao was defeated, and all of this was done with a single move. What sorcery is this? Biyao screamed as she rolled around in space, tears streaming down her face. As long as Lingxi moved her fingers, it was as if the threads in Biyao's body were being torn apart. Princess. The 3 god kings paled in fright. Losing to such an extent had truly surpassed their imaginations. God King Law. When did she become a god king? Impossible. Given her talent, it's impossible for her to have such speed. Impossible. The 3 god kings were scared out of their wits. The gods and the theocracy were the same. Now, they finally had a taste of what it was like to be crushed. Everyone's horizons were broadened. No wonder Ling Shi didn't quarrel with Biyao. That was because she had enough confidence. Just now, Biyao was still very arrogant, but the current situation was very satisfying. Biyao, tell me. Do you still have the right to say that everything in the world belongs to you? Do you think you're the most precious in the myriad of worlds? Lingxi was right in front of her, using the Heart of Heaven art to control Biyao. It was as if she was controlling Biyao's lifeline. Everything belongs to me. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you dare to kill me? If you do, my parents will definitely hunt you down and make sure you never have peace. Do you have the guts? Biyao cried and laughed at the same time. It was one thing for her to be defeated by Long Chen, but she had actually been defeated by Ling Shi. That was truly a great humiliation, especially in a situation where so many people were watching. She was even crazier this time than when Long Chen had defeated her. Don't force me. Ling Shi's eyes were already faintly flashing with flames. She was usually very quiet, but that didn't mean she was easy to bully. At this time, she glanced at Long Chen, understanding Long Chen's intentions. After all, Long Chen had already endured many times. Killing Biyao would indeed require a price. But if he didn't kill her, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Despicable people would only become more and more arrogant. Go with your heart. Long Chen smiled. Emicham, she received Long Chen's affirmation. Then, what was her heart? I knew you wouldn't dare. Hee, Lingxi, you defeated me today. Very good, but who will have the last laugh? You are the person I, Biyao, hate the most in my life. I swear, no matter where you run to, I will use the most cruel method to torture you. Biyao trembled in pain and anger. You have no future. Lingxi's gaze suddenly pierced through Biyao's body like a ray of light. She held the black spiritual sword in one hand, while her other hand was controlling the One Heart of Heaven art. It wrapped around Biyao's rule heart and sealed her. What? Hearing that sentence, Biyao was stunned. She really wanted to kill her. Impossible. She was the daughter of the two God Kings. Princess, hurry and escape. The three God Kings were about to go crazy. They wanted to escape and save Biyao, even at the cost of their lives. Biyao didn't understand. She didn't understand Long Chen and Lingxi, nor did she understand the current situation. The current situation was that Lingxi hated her. Biyao suddenly clenched her hand into a fist. In an instant, the Heart of Heaven art was like a sharp rope, deeply cutting into her law core. Biyao coughed out a mouthful of blood, trembling in pain. She stared at Lingxi with wide eyes. At this moment, Lingxi flashed, and the Lingxi sword in her hand stabbed out. Mortal sword intent. The moment she attacked, it pierced through Biyao's law core that was imprisoned by the Heart of Heaven art. Pfft. It was as though everyone in the world could hear this sound clearly. Biyao's heart of laws trembled as the spirit sword slayed her primordial spirit. Under the combination of the spirit sword and the mortal sword intent, Biyao's primordial spirit was destroyed. Finally, her eyes widened as she stared at Ling Shi. Boom. Her divine body was destroyed, dissipating from the world. At this moment, everything seemed to have stopped. Lingxi kept the Lingxi sword and returned to Long Chen. Long Chen hugged her in his arms. She was a little sad. It seems like I haven't killed in a long time. With the return of the gods, the pressure on her was the greatest. This is just the beginning. Only experts can establish order and protect their families. Long Chen smiled. Truthfully, even if Lingxi didn't kill her, Long Chen wouldn't let her off. There would always be some people who crossed their bottom line, and Biyao was such a person. As for the outcome, Long Chen was prepared to accept it. Actually, if he took away the Origin Dragon Palace, God Emperor Jun would definitely chase him. The outcome would be the same, so it didn't matter to him whether Biyao died or not. But to the three God Kings, they were all trembling. The other gods all knelt on the ground, their eyes wide open as they looked at the dissipating Biyao. She had disappeared forever, her body and soul destroyed. Chapter 2777. Biyao had perished. Ever since the return of the gods, this noble, arrogant, and domineering divine emperor princess had left a deep impression on everyone. Whether it was the scandal between her and Long Chen, or her ferocious personality, they had all blown up. Long Chen had many opportunities to kill her, but he had given up because she was the daughter of a divine emperor. Long Chen had no one to rely on at that time. Therefore, he had to think for everyone. But now, he had the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Qinglan to point him in the right direction, and the support of the 6 dragon attendants. Biyao had lost the right to be arrogant in front of him. Ling Shi had ended her life, and that was the end for her. If Ling Shi hadn't done it, he would have done it. The people of Dragon Sacrificial Continent were still in deep shock. To be honest, although they believed in Long Chen, they were still afraid of the primordial gods. Long Chen could escape, but what about them? When Biyao died, everyone was in a state of panic. Many people could already imagine the future of Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Especially with the existence of the eternal gods. They were even more brutal than the primordial gods. The 3 god kings had guessed that Long Chen would devour them. However, they hadn't expected that the first to die would be Biyao. After all, their identities were different from Biyao's. Starry Sky God King's expression was ferocious. He couldn't help but laugh until tears of blood rolled down his cheeks. He roared, "Enough, Biyao is dead. There's no need for us to live. Let us all die. Long Chen's life is over anyway. We'll die together." Light God King and Ink Desolation God King didn't say anything. But they knew that there was no way out. Long Chen would definitely kill them. They remembered that Long Chen had become stronger by devouring Shenxiong and Shenyang. Let's use Blood Devour to kill them. Long Chen had thought about it. That way, he would become even stronger. However, on the one hand, Blood Devourer needed to be slightly restrained. He still had to spend a lot of time on understanding the rules. On the other hand, these 3 deities were indeed the ancestors of the human race. They were the deities who protected all living beings in ancient times. If it weren't for the demonic god beasts changing them, they would have been no different from Long Chen. They had lost their own will. Those things were sealed in the divine sense sea, and might be related to the huge god-fiend beasts. Long Chen could not even touch them for the time being. Long Chen was rational. The 3 god kings were not wrong. They were different from the god kings of hell, so Long Chen thought about it and decided not to kill them. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. If that day ever came, Long Chen would be even more willing to let them return to the gods of the primordial era. After all, they were gods who had once protected the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. I'll have to trouble the few of you to seal them. When the godly Emperor Jun arrives, he will naturally rescue them. Long Chen said to the dragon attendants. To be honest, they were all defeated by him now. They would never be a threat to him in the future. They were also a group of pitiful people who had been devoured by the demonic god beasts. Although Long Chen urgently needed power, he would not go to the extent of devouring just anyone. It was very easy for the dragon attendants to seal the 3 god kings. But hearing Long Chen's decision, the 3 god kings were shocked. He actually did not kill them. He killed Biyao, but did not kill them. You must be deliberately mystifying. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't expect us to be grateful to you. What a joke. The Starry Sky God King struggled and roared. Long Chen could not be bothered to answer him. The dragon attendants moved, suppressing them near the deity ocean of the dragon god domain. He remembered that he had been to the deity ocean twice. Once was the mausoleum of the immortals, and the other was the White Bones divine palace. In reality, these were the bases that the primordial immortals had left in the dragon god domain. They had built them when they left, and everything was operating according to their rules. Even the ancient god corpses, blessed spiritual liquid, and immortal lord realm techniques that Long Chen had obtained had come from the primordial immortals. The test back then was just a game that they had left behind. The mausoleum of the immortals and the White Bones divine palace were just two sides of the coin. As for those colorful little worms, they were actually a type of sky-devouring tribe, just a strange existence within the sky-devouring tribe. From this, one could understand that the sky-devouring tribe had a close relationship with the immortals, just that they themselves did not know it. And the divine spirit rain was also a sky-devouring tribe. After bathing in the divine spirit rain, one would be constantly devoured by the sky-devouring tribe. Therefore, many disciples in the 72 demonic descendants' ancient city had slow progress in cultivation, and it was difficult for them to become immortals. They were inferior to the 5 great dragon cities. It was just that the city lords did not dare to admit that their ancestors would harm them. Long Chen, you killed Biyao. I know that you want to escape immediately and stay away from the dragon sacrificial continent. But you can escape, but the trillions of lives on the dragon sacrificial continent cannot escape. You definitely won't tell them the truth. The truth is that when the God Emperor Jun descends, in his rage, all lives on the dragon sacrificial continent will be exterminated, and no one will survive. When the 8 God Emperors of the Eternal God tribe come, this entire world will be destroyed. You destroyed this world, you killed all lives. You and your woman are guilty. This was the roar of the starry sky god king before he was sealed. It spread throughout the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It spread to everyone's ears. What he said confirmed everyone's conjecture. Are we going to be abandoned? No wonder he actually dared to kill Princess Biyao. This is bad. The entire world is going to be destroyed. Once he leaves, there will be no one to resist. All of our lives will be exterminated. Heavens, is our inheritance of billions of years going to be severed? The moment the 3 god kings were completely sealed, the dragon sacrificial continent was in an uproar. Long Chen heard countless mournful cries. For a moment, the world was in chaos. Now, the 3 god kings couldn't hear anything. Only his own people were left here. After dealing with them, it was time. Long Chen descended on the eternal God domain and faced all the lives on it. He had the faith of all living beings, so it was easier for him to communicate with them. A bright light erupted from his body. Like the sun, like a giant god, he stood proudly in the starry sky, attracting everyone's gazes. Originally, everyone was scared half to death because of the words of the starry sky god king. But when they saw Long Chen, they felt a little more at ease. Vaguely, they could feel the connection between them and Long Chen. It was a connection of bloodline, a connection of fate. At this moment, the radiant young man was the core of their hearts. Long Chen respected everyone. It was they who provided him with strength. Seniors, brothers and sisters, please don't panic and don't worry. I will give everyone a detailed explanation about what Starry Sky Divine Monarch said. I can guarantee that everyone will be satisfied with the result. Please calm down and listen to me. With Long Chen's incomparably sincere words, the seething dragon sacrificial continent finally quieted down. Almost everyone looked at him with trust. Ever since Long Chen fought against the primordial demon race, he had almost sacrificed himself every time. Especially that time when he was willing to leave with the Era Sky Demon, it touched the hearts of all living beings. At this moment, Long Chen was indeed very touched. They were all willing to believe in him. He solemnly said, "First of all, everyone must understand that ever since we lost the primeval troll and returned, the primordial gods returned one by one. They changed the world and brought us new hope. At first, I was as excited as everyone else, but later on, I discovered that they weren't as wise and benevolent as we imagined them to be. They were more selfish and ruthless than ordinary people, and they didn't even see us as humans. Thus, they acted unscrupulously and even used everyone's lives to threaten me. Later on, I truly understood that their return wasn't to rebuild the world, but to find something. As long as they found that thing, they would leave this place and take the eternal incandescent stone with them. Our dragon sacrificial continent would return to its shattered state. This was the premise. The living beings had seen many battles and more or less understood what Long Chen was saying. Biyao, in particular, had used the lives of all living beings to threaten Long Chen several times. It was precisely because of this that they supported Long Chen and not their ancestors. Thus, I suspected that they were our ancestors. Moreover, they had a personal grudge against me. They assassinated my family, so it was unavoidable for me to fight with them. Their God King, who had yet to descend, also wanted to kill me. I couldn't avoid all of this. I originally wanted to escape this place. After all, even if I did leave, God King Dijun wouldn't make things difficult for everyone. However, another unavoidable matter occurred. The two God Kings of the eternal God race were attracted here by the eternal incandescent stone. He had to clearly explain the cause and effect to them. Only then would he be able to make these trillions of living beings leave their homes with him and place their lives in his hands. What Long Chen was doing now was a crazy act that no one in the myriad worlds would dare to do. He wanted to bring an entire world with him. There are a lot of details involved. Some people loved their homes, some loved a place, some buried their loved ones, some built up their prestige in a place, some met the woman they loved after much difficulty, and some had people they missed far away. If all of these were transferred to Long Chen's God nation, even if Long Chen did his best, there would still be changes. After all, he didn't have much time, and he couldn't help everyone settle down. For this day, the Dragon Emperors had already made preparations to carry out this huge project. At the very least, they couldn't let their loved ones and friends be separated. After all, the world was too big. To Long Chen, it might only be an instant, but to the living beings, it might be a lifetime. Thus, he had to make it clear so that everyone would be willing. Long Chen continued, the eternal God race came to plunder. Back then, I attacked them from both sides. They had already summoned the 8 God Kings of the sacrificial God world. Their arrival would definitely be a disaster, so I had no choice but to kill them. Even if they didn't die, as long as they clashed with the primordial gods, the dragon sacrificial god continent would suffer. We would definitely face the end, and there would be no way out. Thus, I killed the God King Princess today. Firstly, for revenge, and secondly, whether I killed her or not, the result was almost the same. At this point, everyone was in despair. Chapter 2778. On the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen could see many dejected and despairing faces. According to what Long Chen had said, the dragon sacrificial continent was doomed. Godly Emperor Jun would be enraged, and so would the Eternal God clan. Being weak was a sin. Being stuck between these two great god clans, no matter how obedient one was, in the face of the powerful gods and demons, one could only die. Everyone couldn't help but weep. Long Chen didn't want to make them sad. He had to be tactful with his words. Now that they understood the current situation, it would be much easier to make them leave their homes. Therefore, at this moment, he suddenly raised his voice and said passionately, "Just now, the Divine King of Stars said that I will carry everyone and escape alone. Perhaps everyone is thinking the same thing, but what I want to tell everyone now is that I will not leave alone, and I will not implicate everyone. Therefore, I already have a way to break out of this situation. I can let everyone find a way to survive with me, and find a way to fight back." To all living beings, his voice was like thunder, deafening and deafening. What? A way to survive? Can Long Chen defeat the God Emperor? That's impossible. It will take a long time. But I heard that God Emperor Jun will be here soon. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. It was time to reveal the truth. This time, Long Chen wanted to expand his divine nation to infinity and reveal the whole new world. So, he used all his strength and directly opened the divine nation. To everyone, they saw a miracle. A rift opened up in the sky, growing larger and larger until, in the blink of an eye, it blotted out the sun and blotted out the sky. That was especially true of the eternal life godly domain, which seemed to be on the verge of being swallowed up by the rift. What is this? It's all clouds and mist. It looks like a paradise inside. I see it. There's a continent inside. It's so big. Heavens, it's a world, the same size as the dragon sacrificial continent. Even though they were used to seeing grand scenes, their faces still turned pale. They didn't know that this was Long Chen's divine kingdom. When the divine star of destiny suddenly appeared, they were already shocked, and now, a prosperous world had appeared. There seems to be a dragon inside. The entire dragon sacrificial continent was in an endless uproar. Seeing their shocked expressions, Long Chen was very satisfied. Without keeping them in suspense, he said, "As you can see, this is my god nation. Due to some fortuitous encounter, it has grown to the size of more than half of the dragon sacrificial continent. It is a world that is even more stable than the dragon sacrificial continent under the suppression of the eternal incandescent stone. In this world, everyone can become stronger and grow faster. In the future, it will be even bigger and more magnificent, even surpassing the current dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, the solution I'm talking about is to let all the brothers and sisters of the dragon sacrificial continent enter this god nation and roam the myriad worlds with me." At this point, he chuckled and continued, "When the time comes, Divine Emperor Di Jun and the Eternal God clan will come. Let them come empty-handed." Shocking. Everyone entered his divine kingdom. This exceeded everyone's imagination. Among the 1 trillion people, almost no one could have imagined that this was what Long Chen wanted to say. For a moment, there was complete silence. Long Chen was a little nervous. He was worried that everyone would reject him. After all, it wasn't that difficult to leave their homeland. Therefore, he explained, "Everyone, the dragon sacrificial continent is also my homeland. It is the homeland that we protect. I, too, am reluctant to leave this place, but the various dangers that we are facing now have forced me to make this choice. Leaving our homeland to wander the vast and boundless starry sky is a kind of expedient measure, but I believe that one day, I will bring everyone back here again. Without relying on others, we will truly rely on ourselves to change and build our homeland. I will also be able to let everyone be together with your family and friends after entering the new world." Actually, he was thinking too much. Staying behind would mean death. Following Long Chen's departure would be a kind of new life. Apart from a few people who couldn't bear to part with their homeland and were very infatuated with this world, the vast majority of people cheered for his decision. Billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, close to 1 trillion. Almost all living beings agreed to Long Chen's great and crazy plan. They believed in Long Chen and didn't mind going crazy together with Long Chen. As for some people who would definitely shed tears, many people were unwilling to leave their homeland even if they had to die, especially some of the elderly. Their hearts had long since become indifferent. Long Chen wouldn't force them. Everything depended on their own choices. After the announcement was made and the support was received, a huge project began. Long Chen placed his divine nation on the dragon sacrificial continent. Powerhouses could bring their own families and enter the divine nation. The millions of dragon martial artists in the 5 major dragon cities were already waiting solemnly, organizing the order and distributing the territories that belonged to everyone. The 15 dragon emperors were very good at management. With their dedication, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. "In about 3 days, we will be able to settle down and leave this place." Long Chen smiled. About 10 million people were unwilling to leave, but later, under the pleading of their families and the advice of their friends, most of them still chose to be reborn. In the end, less than 1 million people were left. They chose to defend. Long Chen thought for a while and still respected their choice. Moreover, this number of people was nothing to the god emperors, so they probably wouldn't make things difficult for them. His divine nation was really lively now. It could be said to be earth-shaking. Having just arrived in a new world, everyone was still very enthusiastic. Under the management of the 5 major dragon cities, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Occasionally, there would be some small conflicts, but the 15 dragon emperors could also handle it. Long Chen was prepared to leave the dragon sacrificial continent before letting some of the humans inherit the blood essence. At that time, he would also have to choose a candidate for the supreme divine dragon. Everything was in order. Looking at this empty dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen wasn't quite used to it. Right now, the eternal incandescent stone was still here, so the whole world was still intact. I wonder if the next time I return, will this place still be like this, or will it disappear from the myriad worlds forever? Long Chen was a little melancholic. Don't worry, the most important thing for the inheritance is life, not the land. This new world, this new land, can also become a new dragon sacrificial continent in the future, or even recreate the glory before the era. As long as the people don't die, the inheritance won't perish. Tai Su and the other dragon attendants were all near Long Chen. It's time for us to go and find other cursed lands, similar to the divine planet of destiny and the curse world. The dragon attendants stood in front of Long Chen. It was time for Long Chen to go too. At this time, the slaughter dragon attendant walked in front of Long Chen and said, "I have a gift for you." In the starry sky, a blood-colored divine warship appeared, like a giant dragon looking down on the starry sky, incomparably domineering. This is the slaughter dragon ship, an orbital-grade destination-grade artifact. It can allow you to travel through the starry sky. Long Chen's Wind Moon divine warship was too pitiful. It was only a primeval grade. If it met an opponent in the starry sky, it wouldn't even be able to escape in time. This gift of the slaughter dragon attendant was like charcoal in a snowstorm. Many thanks. He had inherited his bloodline, but when he thought about it, it was still strange. However, the orbital-grade slaughter dragon ship was indeed quite precious. Long Chen did not dare to use the things of the three divine kings because he was afraid that Di Jun would be able to track it down. Otherwise, he would have taken away the ancient king's cauldron. Long Chen had to throw away everything related to the primordial gods, including the peerless dragon Salyer. I understood a long time ago that you are progressing too fast. I can't stay by your side forever. The three-legged black crow was a little sad. Long Chen sealed it in the dragon sacrificial continent and said, "In the future, I will not be afraid of the divine emperor. I will definitely return here and let you see the light of day again. At the very least, I will choose a companion for you that is worthy of you." "Thank you. It's fine. I'll wait for you." Although the three-legged black crow came from Biyao, it was indeed very respectful of Long Chen. The slaughter dragon ship required a certain amount of time to refine. Long Chen possessed the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon, so even if it was an orbital-grade destination-grade artifact, it was not difficult. Furthermore, it came from the slaughter dragon attendant, so to him, there was not much difference between the slaughter dragon attendant and Long Chen. Finally, it was Tai Su. "Take this thing. The distance between the myriad realms is too far, so it's quite difficult to send messages. I've left some rules in here, so if there's any information, I'll pass it to you." It was a white dagger. It wasn't a destination-grade divine artifact, but it was forged from a type of primal chaos treasure. Long Chen remembered that Biyao had used a comb to contact God Emperor Wang Qing. It seemed like the principle was the same. Everything was kept properly. 2 days later, the slaughter dragon ship was also refined. Everything was ready, and the dragon attendants let Long Chen go first. To the south is the Tai Hao domain, where the divine Emperor Jun is rushing over. To the north is the divine sacrifice great world, where the eternal divine race is rushing over. You can go to the east, where the inheritance blood essence and origin dragon's soul are the most likely to appear, especially the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. East. Currently, the divine nations was already at its peak. Under the arrangements of the dragon emperor, the dragon sacrifice had already stabilized. "Let's go," the dragon attendants urged. There wasn't much time left. The divine emperor was chasing after him. Every bit of time was incomparably important. "All right, goodbye." This time, the mission he shouldered was unimaginable. Long Chen stepped onto the slaughter dragon ship. Beside him were Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, Soi Yan, and Kitten. The others were all in the divine nations. Let's go, this young master is going to find my main body. Hurry, I'm burning from waiting. Once this young master reaches the ancestor realm, all of you will be this young master's little brothers. Ahaha. Kitten's silver laughter resounded through the starry sky. A new journey, the start of the journey. The 6 dragon attendants looked at the blood-colored slaughter dragon ship that was gradually disappearing into the starry sky. They exchanged glances and smiled. This time, the myriad realms will definitely be in chaos. A new era is about to begin. Hopefully, our race can be reborn. A new era. The dragon attendants also embarked on their journey. Only the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was left in the lonely starry sky, feeling endless loneliness. Chapter 2779. Starry Sky. Myriad Worlds. More than a month had passed. In this boundless starry sky, the massacred dragon vessel advanced like a blood-colored light, tearing through the void, passing countless stars of various sizes, and headed toward the east of the dragon sacrificial dragon world. In this direction, there were at least over 2,000 worlds. Among them were countless powerful gods and demons. It was also possible that in the Great War billions of years ago, the blood and souls of many ancestors were left behind. These days, the trillions of living beings on the dragon sacrificial dragon continent had finally settled down. Outsiders would never imagine that Long Chen actually carried a world with him. To be honest, there was probably no one in the entire myriad worlds who could do this. If not for the suppression of the Origin Dragon Palace, this would be impossible. Now, although Long Chen couldn't refine the Origin Dragon Palace, he also had a certain degree of control over it. In this 1 month, he mainly did one thing, and that was to first select tens of billions of young martial artists from the trillions of living beings. He would give them the inheritance blood essence and the Origin Dragon Palace. He was connected with all living beings at all times. The strength of all living beings was also his strength. Now, the inheritance blood essence had been distributed to the hands of those tens of billions of living beings. In the future, there would also be Origin Dragon souls. As for how far they could reach, it would depend on everyone's luck. In any case, even the lowest grade red dragon and black dragon would have strength close to that of a god after reaching adulthood. To most people on the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, this was already a realm that they could only hope for. After all, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent had declined for so many years. Everyone's bloodline was thin, their talents were lacking, and they needed to be reformed. After seeing the world of the gods, they knew how insignificant they were. However, an even greater desire for strength was born. Originally, many people were still a little afraid when he brought them away from their homes. After all, their lives were in the hands of Long Chen from now on. But when the inheritance blood essence appeared, their hearts calmed down once again. They saw the true divine dragons in the sky, saw many experts, and also saw hope for the future. This race was being reborn. The dragon emperors had this experience, so they helped Long Chen manage the entire theocracy and maintain order. Next, Long Chen only needed to sail to a new world and explore. We have to go to a more prosperous world. If it's just a world like the Spirit Essence Galaxy, it doesn't seem to be of much help to us. The information we can obtain is also very little. Long Chen's group stood at the front of the slaughter dragon boat, squinting their eyes as they stared at the eternal starry sky. Although the speed of the slaughter dragon boat had increased, even Divine Emperor Jun needed many years to travel through the myriad worlds, let alone them. Brother, we still have to avoid the pursuit of godly Emperor Jun. We have to keep a low profile for a long time in the future. Yang Lingqing was also in the group. She was Long Chen's real sister, so Long Chen chose a supreme divine dragon's inheritance blood essence for her. According to her preferences, it was actually a supreme divine dragon, one of the 8 great companion dragons of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. Before the epoch, the spiritual dragon was the strongest of the Tai Chi life-form dragon's companion dragons. Of course, there was no spiritual dragon's origin dragon soul. Otherwise, Long Chen could have made Yang Lingqing into a god king, or even an ultimate god king powerhouse. Now, Yang Lingqing was still slowly pondering the spiritual dragon's inheritance blood essence. The spirit dragon's laws were not the same as Lingxi's laws of the spirit. The spirit dragon was related to life, and the spirit was an amalgamation of 14 different elements. Therefore, in the future, Yang Lingqing would probably be able to comprehend laws similar to the 14th sacrifice or the 14th life form formation. That's right. The key was that there were pursuers. I hope we didn't leave any traces. We were very careful when we left. Lingxi was standing next to Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with a gentle gaze, completely different from the coldness she had when she was dealing with Biyao. Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, and Kitten were also next to him. It's been a long time since we've been together like this. Back when we went to the Eternal God domain, we were also a group like this. Long Chen suddenly remembered. Back then, from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to the Eternal God domain. Now, from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to the Infinite Worlds. They were all the same. There's a lot of people this time. You brought everyone from the entire world. Yang Lingqing was still the same as before. In front of Long Chen, she was an obedient little sister. It was just that she would occasionally badmouth Long Chen. She was right. We're just missing someone's other lover. Back then, Beauty Li went to the Eternal God domain by herself. Now, she's gone to the Infinite Worlds alone. Boss, it seems like you're not running for your life, but to chase after your Beauty Li, Kitten said in a weird tone. Li Xuanji. When this name suddenly appeared, everyone suddenly quietened down. Actually, the connection between Long Chen and her surpassed everything else. She was Long Chen's Yin demon, a part of Long Chen's body. Even if they were separated by the Infinite Worlds, as long as Long Chen made up his mind to speak to her, he would be able to get a response. I don't know if she's doing well or if she's safe. Chen, you should ask her. In Lingxi's eyes, Li Xuanji and Biyao were completely different. Even if she ignored their relationship with Long Chen, she and Li Xuanji had a good relationship. But Long Chen shook his head. Let's not. We're running for our lives now. We don't want to drag her down. Once we're in a better situation, we'll go find her. Back then, she left just like that. Long Chen had never contacted her. After a long time, he had a knot in his heart. He had the courage to go against the gods and demons, but he didn't have the courage to suddenly go find her. As soon as it quietened down, Long Chen and the others became vigilant. There were dangers in the starry sky. On one hand, there was the mysterious great tribulation of gods and demons, and on the other hand, there were immortals who also traveled through the starry sky. The starry sky was endless, and the chances of encountering other immortals in the starry sky were not high. However, if they did encounter one, it was possible that they would be plundered. There were even some gods and demons that didn't belong to any world. They traveled through the infinite worlds, plundering, committing all kinds of evil, and strengthening themselves by plundering and killing others. For example, at this moment, Long Chen and the others saw a divine warship coming right in front of them. The chances of them passing by each other were even smaller. Looking at the divine warship in front of them gradually enlarging, Long Chen said, "It's been some time since we left the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Although we're still in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, we should be heading in a different direction from Divine Emperor Dijun. They should be heading from the south to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent in front of us, while this divine warship is clearly coming from the east. It shouldn't be them. After all, even if they came to the universe, they might still be captured by Divine Emperor Dijun." So they were still quite nervous. Even after listening to Long Chen's analysis, they couldn't calm down. Lingxi said, "The problem is that it's heading in the direction of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. For the past millions of years, apart from the dragon sacrificial gods and the eternal god race who happen to be attracted by the eternal opal, no other gods have come to this remote dragon sacrificial continent. Since they're heading in the direction of the dragon sacrificial continent, it's very likely that they're related to us. In that case, are they friend or foe? Lingxi's words made sense. It's an orbital grade destination grade artifact. There might be a divine king grade opponent. Everyone, be careful. Long Chen had already seen the other party clearly. It was a purple divine warship. It was gorgeous and aesthetically pleasing. Compared to it, the slaughter dragon boat was like a piece of scrap metal. That purple divine warship was like a purple sun in the starry sky, emitting a dazzling and enchanting radiance. There were all kinds of beautiful patterns on it. Right in front of it was the relief sculpture of a huge crepe myrtle flower. It was dazzling and dazzling, just like a real flower. Since it was an orbital grade opponent, it was at least a perfect staged divine king. What a terrifying opponent. Long Chen steered the slaughter dragon boat to deviate a little from its position, avoiding colliding with the other party. If the other party didn't have any intentions, they could just avoid each other and proceed on their own. In the starry sky, the blood-colored slaughter dragon boat and the purple divine warship passed each other. Seems like our worries were unnecessary. They don't intend to meet with us, Mo Xiaolang said. Although they were separated by the destination grade artifact, Long Chen could sense that there were about 2 divine spirits in that divine warship. They were more or less divine king grade and very powerful. And the Empress Myrtle of the Crepe Myrtle Divine City seems to be at the grand beginning God realm perfection, which is also a perfection godly king. He should be the male of the two, and the woman who spoke should be the other godly king. Chapter 2780. He quickly asked the dragon emperors as they had a deeper understanding of the dragon sacrificial gods. I know. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said hurriedly, in the immemorial age, there was the Purple Myrtle Divine City in the east and Empress Myrtle was the strongest one apart from the central god spirit. She was even stronger than the god king of hell, the god king of light, and the goddess of darkness. Not only was Empress Myrtle powerful, there was another important thing. That was, she was husband and wife to the god king of the central god city. That female god king was also the strongest female god king among the human race gods of the dragon sacrifice. She was even stronger than the goddess of darkness. Her name was Empress Qing Su. If I'm not wrong, both Empress Myrtle and Empress Qing Su were great perfection god kings. They were much stronger than the darkness god king. Long Chen naturally knew of Zi Wei Divine City and Qing Su God City. Back in the battlefield of gods, he had fought with the disciples of these two cities. Especially Qing Su God City, they seemed to be skilled in sword arts. Among the central divine cities, the strongest was the Emperor Jun Divine City. There was also the primordial beginning Divine City, Randang Divine City, Tai Yi Divine City, Clear Void Divine City, and Subhoodie Divine City. Although the Clear Void Divine City was the weakest among the central divine cities, it was still on par with the Purple Myrtle Divine City. Both were great circle god kings that surpassed Ink Desolation God King. They were equivalent to the Curse World protectors in the Curse World. This was not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was that they were on God Emperor Di Jun's side. It was very likely that God Emperor Di Jun was nearby. Even if he wasn't, he was still in the south. Alerting these two was equivalent to alerting Di Jun and telling him his current location and route. The galaxy might be big, but God Emperor Di Jun was even more powerful. He had taken away Origin Dragon Palace and killed his daughter. There was no room for discussion. Once he fell into his hands, everything he had would be destroyed. This was what it meant to die before the battle was even won. Long Qinglan would have died for nothing. The god-dragon race would have no hope at all. It was very dangerous. After knowing their identities, Long Chen became even more cautious. Fortunately, they didn't continue to ask after he left impatiently. At this moment, Long Chen was controlling the slaughter dragon boat to leave. To be honest, if it was just a battle, Long Chen would not be afraid. It's okay, it's okay. Everyone couldn't help but think. However, they still didn't know why these two perfected godly kings, two famous gods, would come from the east alone. It's possible that they weren't originally part of Di Jun's team. This time, they received Di Jun's order and rushed to the dragon sacrificial continent. We were unlucky and just happened to bump into them. Ling Shi had only said all this to reassure everyone. At the very least, she felt that Di Jun did not seem to be nearby. At this moment, the purple divine warship suddenly disappeared behind the slaughter dragon boat. Two people appeared, a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was cold and enchanting. Both were dressed in Taoist robes. The man wore a violet gold crown and cloud-flipping boots. He had purple hair and purple eyes, and his eyes were like blazing suns, exuding boundless divine might. The woman was cold and mature, with red lips and almond-shaped eyes. Her eyes were filled with sword chi, and one look was enough to tell that she was extremely ferocious. These two were Empress Myrtle Star and Empress Qingshu. In a flash, they actually blocked Long Chen's path. How strange. Why are there two demons on your divine warship? We don't mean anything by it. We're just curious. Empress Qingshu stood in front of the slaughter dragon boat with a noble posture. Empress Myrtle Star accompanied by her side. Her eyes were like torches, and her body was surging with heat. Her might was extraordinary. Both of their auras were above God King Ink desolations, and their bodies were constantly surrounded by sword chi that could tear apart the world. So it was because of Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan. Long Chen had forgotten about this. It seemed that in the myriad worlds, gods and demons were divided more clearly. There were very few demons, and they didn't appear often. But when they did, gods and demons rarely got along so perfectly. At the very least, they wouldn't be so open and aboveboard. Therefore, they were a little suspicious. Most importantly, Di Jun must have told them about the specific situation of Long Chen's group. Di Jun shouldn't be nearby. Since we've been discovered, if the situation goes awry, let's make our move. You three deal with one. Long Chen made his preparations. He was prepared to let Kitten and Yang Lingqing return to the theocracy. They weren't good at fighting yet. This is my freedom. What does it have to do with you? Long Chen controlled the slaughter dragon boat to go around them and continue forward. You're Long Chen, right? Empress Myrtle Star didn't say anything, but the moment she did, she guessed right. What Long Chen didn't know was that after Biyao's death, no one sent any more messages to Di Jun. Therefore, now that they had lost contact with the Draconic continent, they predicted that Long Chen would escape. They roughly knew who was with Long Chen, and they came from the direction of the Draconic continent, so it was easy to guess. Since that was the case, they couldn't delay any longer. They had to be fast, ruthless, and accurate to beat them back and escape. Boom. The slaughter dragon boat disappeared. Long Chen's group of 4 appeared. For young lives had caused a crushing defeat for the deities. The two godly monarchs could confirm with a glance that it was them. As expected, it's you guys. Daring to oppose the God Emperor at such a young age, you really have some guts. We almost let you guys escape. You can only blame your bad luck for not meeting the God Emperor and coincidentally running into us. Imperial Emperor Qingshu and Empress Myrtle Star looked at each other. They weren't in a hurry and were prepared to inform God Emperor Di Jun first. From the looks of it, God Emperor Di Jun shouldn't be nearby, and he was still on his original southern route. According to previous estimates, God Emperor Di Jun was still very far away from the Draconic continent. It would take him more than a month to reach the Draconic continent. After all, his speed definitely far surpassed Long Chen's. With Empress Myrtle Star's group speed, they would probably reach the Draconic continent in half a month. But they met Long Chen. At this time, they could totally have the God Emperor change his route and come here. After all, the origin dragon palace they wanted was definitely taken away by Long Chen. Just capture them and hand them over to the God Emperor, Empress Myrtlestar secretly said to Imperial Emperor Qingshu. Just defeat them and escape quickly. Don't worry, Di Jun isn't nearby. The Taihao region he was in is too far away from the Draconic continent. This was what Long Chen secretly said to the three of them. Let the three of them work together to deal with one, while he dealt with one. The Dragon Emperor and the others couldn't help him at the moment. This was the first time Long Chen fought a Grand Perfection Realm godly monarch. To be honest, he wasn't confident, but humans were willing to do anything in order to survive, let alone at this moment. He and Lingxi's group moved aside. Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, and Sui Yan were fighting a Grand Perfection Realm godly monarch. Their rules were very strict, so it wasn't impossible. Especially Lingxi's heavenly rule spirit art. There were a total of 5 types, and Long Chen found every one of them terrifying. As for Long Chen himself, he was very confident in himself. I heard that you guys can even suppress Mo Huang and the other 3. How impressive. Unfortunately, you met as husband and wife. This is your doomsday. This is all your destiny. Empress Myrtlestar and Imperial Emperor Qingshu drew their swords at the same time. One was purple, blazing with flames, like a scorching sun. Purple chi surged and tore through the starry sky. The other was green, surrounded by light, like a green moon, extremely gloomy and cold. They are all orderly grade divine swords, and they are a pair. Long Chen couldn't help but admire them. The Lingsu dual swords were also a pair, but they were in a broken state. Each of these swords was equivalent to the god-slaying sword at its peak, the weapon that had accompanied Long Chen for a long time. They also had the purple divine worship. It was rare for a Grand Perfection Realm godly monarch to have so many orderly grade destinies. After all, the power of an orderly grade destinies was rather terrifying. God Purple Sun and Demon Blue Moon. These were the names of these 2 swords. They were recorded in the myths of the dragon sacrificial continent. According to legend, Empress Myrtlestar used the God Purple Sun sword to split open the east, and from then on, solar energy rose from the darkness. Imperial Emperor Qingshu used the Demon Blue Moon sword to split open the darkness, and from then on, the moon shone on all living beings. Of course, these were all myths. Their destinies had nothing to do with the sun or the moon. Come here. They were most likely adept at working together, so he had to split them up. Long Chen used his status as a junior to point out Empress Myrtlestar. At the same time, he left Lingxi and the others and headed south. Qingshu. Empress Myrtlestar hesitated. They had worked together to kill enemies. Go. Don't let this child look down on us. Imperial Emperor Qingshu urged. Only then did Empress Myrtlestar wield the God Purple Sunday sword. She rampaged as she charged at Long Chen. On the other side, Sui Yan and Lingxi were both primordial realm godly monarchs. Mo Xiaolang was not even a godly monarch yet. Facing Imperial Emperor Qingshu, who wielded an orderly grade destiny's divine artifact, they indeed felt pressured. But if they did not kill the enemy, they would die. Mo Xiaolang transformed into a sun-devouring dire wolf, while Sui Yan transformed into Demon Wa's main body. The 2 were above and below. Lingxi was better at long-range attacks, so she was behind them. In fact, this time, Lingxi was their true trump card. The 3 of them had already discussed the specific battle plan. At this time, Empress Myrtlestar and Long Chen were already engaged in battle. In truth, Long Chen was even more anxious than Empress Myrtlestar. He had to finish this quickly before he could leave. Daybreak. Without another word, Empress Myrtlestar's scorching God Purple Sun sword soared into the sky. For a moment, the cosmos lit up, and purple light pierced through the world. The sword grew tens of thousands of feet long and tore through the universe. It erupted with rolling purple heat waves, causing everyone's vision to pale. This sword was like daybreak. Daybreak tore through space and cleaved down. Looking at this sword, Long Chen missed the god-slaying sword. Back when he used the god-slaying sword, it was just as domineering. The Lingsu dual swords were too feminine and didn't suit him. If only I had a suitable weapon. He had already left the peerless dragon Salyer behind. Of course, the battle still had to continue. Rumble. In the starry sky, a blood-colored divine dragon appeared and instantly transformed into a mixed-origin heavenly fate dragon. His eyes flashed. Destiny heavenly pupil, wish heart eye, activated at the same time. Recently, he had created a tribe of interest on QQ on his phone, called Supreme Dragons. Many brothers had added the madman's WeChat public account, but the WeChat public account could not allow everyone to communicate together, so there was a tribe of interest. The home of our dragons, it could be said that this was a place that would not change for the next 10 years. Jizun, Dragons. Welcome to the Dragons brothers and sisters. Method, open your phone's button, dynamic, interest tribe, upper right corner, then search for Supreme Dragons, and after entering, follow, you can join the team of our dragons. Only the phone has an interest tribe, 1. From today onwards, everyone can create a group of dragons and be the leader of the group. As long as the group you create is associated with the Supreme Dragons, the brothers of our family will be able to see it and join it. 2. No matter what books Madman writes in the future, we will always be dragons. We are a family, the Supreme Dragons are our family, our slogan is fight side by side, never leave for 10 years, every reader has their own button, every reader can join our family, but please rest assured, the Supreme Dragon Clan's management is very strict. We will definitely create a harmonious, hot-blooded family environment, and all the trolls will be deleted. 3. Now that the Supreme Dragons has just opened, everyone can apply to be a chief. You can find the method to apply to be a chief in the Supreme Dragon Clan's Hall of Fame. Welcome everyone to join the management of our Supreme Dragons. 4. The Weibo community has already been cancelled. The 80,000 friends of the public account can directly click on the Supreme Dragon Clan in the middle of the main menu to join, and then, follow. This way, the WeChat and QQ's book friends can enter a place to discuss. Chapter 2781. The Destiny Heavenly Eye was a law of fate. Everything the left eye could see was locked down by fate. From gods to mortals, no matter how powerful they were, they could only launch tiny attacks. The greater the gap between them and Long Chen, the more they would be suppressed. The Eye of Wishes was a form of control. The law of wishes was subordinate to the law of fate. Long Chen used the Eye of Wishes to impose his control on Empress Myrtle Star. His gaze pierced through the world. At this moment, Empress Myrtle Star's daybreak. But the blade's light could never match the speed of Long Chen's gaze. Before the sword arrived, the Destiny Heavenly Eye and the Eye of Wishes had a huge change. Boom! At this critical moment, Empress Myrtle Star underwent an inconceivable transformation. Under the suppression of the Heavenly Eye of Destiny, his body's resistance became weaker. Moreover, under the powerful impact of the Eye of Desire, he only saw Long Chen's right eye flash, and then he actually couldn't control himself. His daybreak sword completely changed direction and slashed towards Empress Qingshu. Careful! Empress Myrtle Star was shocked, her face pale. Heart pounding, he knew that Long Chen was the cause of all of this. Although he had been affected, he had no idea what sort of natural law it was, or what sort of natural law it was that could control a god-devil with a single glance. Long Chen had done it. At the last moment, Empress Myrtle Star had withstood it, causing the daybreak sword's speed to drop significantly. Empress Qingshu had dodged it, but she was still in a daze. She couldn't believe what had happened. Husband, you. This kid is strange. Empress Myrtle Star was furious that she'd lost face, but she was already very careful. She brandished her sword again. The ordinary grade destination grade divine artifact, the divine violet sun, exploded with sword chi that illuminated the boundless starry sky. Countless purple divine swords formed countless sword formations that revolved around him, surrounding him tightly within. No wonder you could put those 4 god kings in such a difficult position. You really do have such strange abilities. But you can't escape from us unless you're a god king. In truth, the power of the Daybreak Sword had already surpassed God King Ink Desolation's Chilan Tribulation. The divine purple sun was a destinable divine artifact similar to the ancient King Cauldron. If not for the fact that he was on the side of the divine Emperor Jun and was worried that the divine emperor would use this sword to find him, Long Chen's current goal would be to snatch this sword. Illumination. Empress Myrtlestar brandished her sword, leaving afterimages of her swords everywhere in space. From daybreak to world illumination, it was naturally a progression. In an instant, there was a flash of light, and the divine sword turned into countless beams of purple sword light, forming a sword matrix that locked down the starry sky. It was millions of miles wide, and there were billions of swords. Every sword had the power to tear the heavens and the earth apart. In the heart of the sword, Long Chen seemed to have no chance of escaping. This sword could directly destroy the dragon sacrificial continent. It was time to fight back. To tell the truth, Empress Myrtlestar was still under the control of Long Chen's heavenly eye of destiny, so the power of her attack had already been weakened. Of course, it still looked terrifying. Time rupture. The illusory void cosmic dragon flew in Empress Myrtlestar's direction. Wherever it went, the sword chi passed straight through his body, unable to harm him at all. The dragon's claws tore through the fabric of time. It was as if the entire starry sky was being torn to shreds by Long Chen. Empress Myrtlestar's laws crumbled one by one. In addition, Emperor Qingshu's battle had already begun. The divine retribution rule tore through everything and rushed out of the reformed divine Violet Sunday. The mighty divine dragon condensed into a single point and stabbed at Empress Myrtlestar. Come back. Empress Myrtlestar's expression was cold. She summoned the violet sun back and held it in her hand, then slashed at Long Chen's sword of judgment. Her strength was so fierce that Long Chen was forced back, but in the next instant, the power of heavenly punishment exploded in her body. What? Empress Myrtlestar's expression changed. The power of divine retribution had triggered her own power, causing it to explode. Countless golden and black dragons formed within her, biting and attacking wildly. Ah! Defeated in one move, Empress Myrtlestar screamed again and again. Her body continued to explode, her flesh a bloody mess. Perhaps she was still in a state of disbelief. Long Chen was indeed weaker than her in terms of power. Empress Myrtlestar's infinite divine art was ordinary grade, surpassing Long Chen by a level. In terms of laws, she'd lost to Long Chen and divine retribution. But she wasn't convinced. Her own power had already been detonated, and she couldn't suppress divine retribution at all. Empress Myrtlestar used the same method Long Chen had used before. She stabbed the divine violet sun sword into her own body, accurately piercing her dragon head. Pft, pft, pft. This would inevitably bring her great harm. But if she didn't, she'd truly be destroyed by divine retribution. Fortunately, she'd made it in time. Otherwise, divine retribution would grow stronger and she'd be devoured. The source of life. Alas, Long Chen hadn't let her go. He naturally wouldn't let such a great opportunity slip by. The green tunnel surrounded Empress Myrtlestar in an instant. She'd just been grievously injured and was now completely under the control of the source of life. Long Chen restrained the heavily injured Empress Myrtlestar and faced her directly. Her life was fading away. Her injuries were severe, her body was crumbling, the world tree was in tatters, and the heart of laws was almost torn apart. She'd lost so badly in such a short time. Empress Myrtlestar felt like she was dreaming. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. She'd thought that Long Chen could at most fight God King Ink Desolation, but now he'd defeated her. Especially this source of life. What kind of law was this? It was devouring her life force. She couldn't resist. She could only watch as her life left her body and entered the other's mouth. It was a nightmare. You're Long Chen, right? Not bad, very strong. I'm sure the God King will be more interested in you. Even if you defeat us, you won't live for long. The Origin Dragon Palace is ours. You're about to die. What's the point of saying all this? Long Chen's other 14 heads surrounded the head of life and spoke in unison expressionlessly. Empress Myrtlestar's heart was bleeding. The scariest thing was that she didn't know how Emperor Qingshu was doing. Kill me and let Qingshu go. We're no threat to you. Empress Myrtlestar couldn't resist and could only compromise. She could only beg Long Chen. If she wasn't heavily injured, she might be able to break free. You love her? Long Chen asked curiously. It seemed that everyone was kind in the face of love. Nonsense. I've been with you for tens of millions of years. How can you understand? Empress Myrtlestar said coldly. Long Chen said, let me ask you a question. If you answer it well, I can let her go. Speak. How did God Emperor Jun know of the Origin Dragon Palace's existence? It was because he suddenly found out about the Origin Dragon Palace's existence that he sent people back to search for it. Empress Myrtlestar's life aura grew dimmer and dimmer. Who knows about God Emperor's matters? Maybe he came across some records. Chapter 2782. With Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan in front of her, Lingxi didn't seem to need to fight Imperial Emperor Qingshu head-on. Imperial Emperor Qingshu had two types of nomological laws. One was the sword, the other was the moon. Just like Empress Myrtlestar, they were both very positive and majestic nomological laws. As for Lingxi's nomological laws of the spirit, they were most important in their strangeness. Heavenly quicksand. The second type of heavenly rule spirit art. Lingxi didn't use her two swords at all. As the fingers on her left hand moved rapidly, entangling Imperial Emperor Qingshu's world tree and heart of rule with the art of one heaven, her other hand seemed to absorb energy from the endless universe. As she retracted her hand, countless white spots of light suddenly appeared around Imperial Emperor Qingshu, who was resisting the art of one heaven and fighting against Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. Sand. Every spot of light was a sharp grain of sand. For a moment, the starry sky seemed to have opened up with countless holes. The sand covered the sky and earth like a storm, instantly drowning Imperial Emperor Qingshu. Every grain of sand was like a sharp sword that could cut through space. Under the endless sand, Imperial Emperor Qingshu and her demonic blue moon sword disappeared without a trace. What appeared in front of everyone was a planet engulfed by sharp sand and dust. That planet erupted with endless intense light, illuminating the world. Every grain of sand and dust was about to be sliced into the middle and rushed forward. Around this sand and dust, even the stable space in the starry sky began to collapse. Being trapped in the heavenly quicksand and tortured by the art of one heaven, Imperial Emperor Qingshu must be furious. She was a god king at the great circle of the god realm of Grand Beginning, and she hadn't been humiliated like this in many years. Not to mention that on the other side, Empress Myrtlestar seemed to have been defeated by Long Chen, and her life was in danger. Crescent Moon. In his rage, he poured out his divine power like never before. Countless shattered stars in the surroundings exploded under his sword will. Before Ling Shi and the others' eyes, the heavenly quicksand was rapidly destroyed by a kind of cyan sword light. It exploded with a loud bang, and a cyan shadow shot out from within. You all deserve to be destroyed by heaven and earth. Now that Imperial Emperor Qingshu had escaped, she naturally took the opportunity to counterattack. Bone-adhering demonic flame. But at this time, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were not idle. Under Soyan's rule power, the black hole that could devour everything directly blocked Emperor Qingsu's way. The black hole's range could not be seen, and the terrifying suction force made it impossible for Emperor Qingsu to cross the black hole to fight against them. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang's bone-adhering devil flame law had arrived. This was actually a very ordinary God spirit rule, but it had been modified by Mo Xiaolang. When the 9 serenities Ancestral Demon Flame and the Heavenly Emperor Ancestral Flame, one hot and one cold, attached themselves to the bones, the pain produced was even more terrifying than the One Heart of Heaven technique. The terrifying thing about the God Spirit rule was that it could hurt people invisibly. Explode. Mo Xiaolang allowed the 9 serenities Ancestral Demon Flame and the Heavenly Emperor Ancestral Flame to fuse, but it was only a temporary fusion. The collision of hot and cold caused an intense explosion. With a loud boom, Emperor Qingshu's body was set ablaze with black and white flames. Her delicate skin was a bloody mess, and her green hair was completely charred. She looked extremely wretched and miserable. Of course, compared to the current Empress Myrtle Star, her fate was still better. To be honest, Imperial Lord Qing Su was not weak. She might be able to crush any one of the 3 of them, and it would be difficult for their attacks to kill Imperial Lord Qing Su. However, if they were to be struck by Imperial Lord Qing Su's sword Dao, they would definitely be severely injured. The problem was that Emperor Qingshu had no chance to counterattack from the start, especially since Lingxi had been using heavenly rules and spirit arts to suppress her in various ways. Heart-shattering sword finger. The third method. Emperor Qingshu had basically become a rake for her to try out her heavenly rules and spirit arts. A light finger. Soundless. In that instant, Emperor Qingshu, who had just been injured by the bone-adhering demonic flame, screamed in pain. Lingxi's silent finger had pierced the heart of her rules. This was an attack that targeted one's primordial spirit. There was no way to defend against it, unless one's primordial spirit was strong enough. If Emperor Qingshu's previous battle had been physical destruction, then this was mental damage. It caused her to feel dizzy, and her combat strength was greatly reduced. The black hole had exploded and was devouring her. A god king at the Grand Perfection realm could be devoured just like that. Under the attack of the heart-shattering sword finger, her mind was heavily injured. Mo Xiaolang had taken advantage of this moment to send her sword of demonic blue moon flying. Temporarily losing her destinable divine weapon, she was as good as defeated. Although her losses were not as severe as Empress Myrtlestar's, they had no hope of turning the tables now. It looked like it was about time. Long Chen was not the kind of person who would devour the blood of any opponent just to improve himself. After all, they were all ancestors. It was just that the sky-devouring clan had changed them. Even if there was a blood feud, it was between him and Di Jun. At this time, Empress Myrtle Star was about to lose her life. Long Chen stopped. He grabbed the dying Empress Myrtle Star and came before them. "You can stop now," Emperor Myrtle Star said coldly. "Don't think we will thank you for not killing us." Emperor Qingshu raged. In the blink of an eye, 2 cyan snowflakes appeared in space. The snowflakes were huge, and upon closer inspection, one could see that Emperor Myrtle Star and Emperor Qingshu were motionless. They were trapped within, and even their lives seemed to be gone. Around the 2 cyan snowflakes were a sky full of cyan blizzard. Each snowflake was like a blade, blocking the advance of outsiders. The heavenly rule had turned this place into a blizzard zone. "Let's go." They could not see him. The 4 boarded the slaughter dragon boat and continued eastward. When they were completely out of the region, Long Chen changed direction and headed north. "This way." Mo Xiaolang took a look and said, "Isn't the eternal god race of the sacrificial gods great world in this direction?" Long Chen said, "We can't go to the east anymore. Di Jun found them here, so he must know that we went to the east, so we have to go to the north. Moreover, the entire northern starry sky is so big, there are thousands of worlds, it will be very difficult to meet the eternal god race, and it sounds like the eternal god race is much easier to deal with than Di Jun, alright." They began to head north. "Let's travel a little longer and go deep into the north before seeing other worlds." Yesterday, the tribe of interest had just opened, and today, it was already 6th in the novel category. He hoped that everyone would sign in and be more active. In the future, he planned to use the Tribe of Interest sign-in ranking to do explosive updates. The Supreme Dragon Army's sign-up post had more than 2,000 replies in a day. Thank you for your support. If everyone got a good name, even if they were not that lucky, Madman would still use it, and it might even appear in a new book in the future. Madman wanted to say that writing books is the most important thing to me. Chapter 2783. From then on, they embarked on an incomparably long journey. Less than 3 months after they left, a group of uninvited guests finally arrived at the dragon sacrificial continent. Looking from above, the cruel dragon sacrificial continent still maintained its dragon form, like a huge divine dragon that stopped in the boundless starry sky. Before the epoch, the size of this divine dragon far exceeded the current dragon sacrificial continent. Above the dragon sacrificial continent, a bright eternal opal suppressed heaven and earth, suppressing the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It was like a light shield that protected this broken world. Rays of light shone brightly, and layers of creation spiritual energy poured down like a waterfall, nourishing this piece of heaven and earth. It seemed to be a flourishing world. Not far away, there was a barren planet Destiny. The dragon sacrificial continent seemed to be much more prosperous than planet Destiny. However, when they truly arrived here, they discovered that there was no one here at all. There weren't even many other living creatures. Even wild beasts, and so on, had already been moved to the god nation by Long Chen. The few remaining people were just stubborn people who wanted to stay in their homeland. There weren't many of them. They had long been prepared to perish along with this world. They knew that Di Jun, who had been chasing after Long Chen, would come here one day. Hopefully, they left safely. This was probably the biggest prayer in the hearts of those who stayed behind. One day, the eternal opal flickered a few times. When they raised their heads, they could vaguely see some figures appearing around the eternal opal. However, the figures were too small, and only some martial artists with decent strength could discover them. Perhaps that godly Emperor Jun has arrived. The few remaining people didn't regret it. Back then, Long Chen had already advised them many times. They chose to stay because they wanted to take a few more glances at their homeland. These less than 1 million living creatures were very scattered. In a place as big as the 3 emperor domains, there were actually only a few people. To the gods, this number of living creatures was equivalent to almost nothing. Perhaps they already knew that there was no one here before they arrived. Hence, there was only silence and no shock. That group of people was near the eternal opal. There were more than 10 of them, and every single one of them, be it in terms of aura or divine might, was superior to the likes of the Ink Desolation godly king. They were naturally the true core of the dragon sacrificial deities. Every deity was a terrifying monster that had cultivated for tens of millions of years. Not only in the dragon sacrificial continent, but even in the myriad worlds, they were also quite famous. They were the core of the dragon sacrificial continent's myths, and were the most outstanding people among the ancient deities. Without a doubt, the leader of the group was God Emperor Jun. This deity emperor was exactly the same as the deity Long Chen had seen through Di Jun's statue. First of all, he was wearing a bright yellow golden dragon robe that was embroidered with the image of a soaring dragon. Under the surging golden waves at the corners of the robe, the sleeves of the robe fluttered high in the wind. Behind him, there was a blazing sun burning with flames dancing behind him. On that chiseled face, his long eyebrows were slightly raised, and his black jade-like pupils flickered with a warm luster. His handsome face reflected the morning sun. He had a tall nose, thin lips, and sword-like eyebrows slanted into a few strands of black hair that fell from his temples. His handsome side profile and facial contours were perfect and flawless. He carried the dignified and noble air of a deity, and his entire being emitted the aura of a king that could shake the world. At this moment, the corners of this deity emperor's mouth curled into a trace of a sinister smile that was full of penetrating power. The left side of his eyes seemed to hide the blazing sun, while the right side was empty, calm, and disdainful. He was known as the #1 deity in the ancient times. His left eye was like a blazing sun, while his right eye was illusory and mysterious. They were the blazing sun law and space law. This figure had great prestige and fame in the Taihao domain. Without him, it would be very difficult for the dragon sacrificial deities to establish a foothold in the Taihao domain where deities and demons contended for hegemony. Almost all of the others were deity kings and above, and most of them were perfection realm and ultimate realm deity kings. Each of them had the divine might to crush the black Qilin and could look down on the world. If any of them had come to the dragon sacrificial continent earlier, Longchen probably wouldn't have ended up like this. But compared to Di Jun, even these deity emperors could only be regarded as foils. Only two of them could barely be on the same level as Di Jun. They were two strange existences, one male and one female. Both of them looked to be 13 or 14 years old. Both of them had white hair and blood-red eyes. They looked very similar. The white-haired boy had a cold expression like ice that almost froze the entire dragon sacrificial continent, while the white-haired girl had a gentle and pleasant expression. Although her red eyes were hidden with malevolence, they were also very quick-witted and pleasant. This pair of boy and girl were dressed in white robes and followed behind Di Jun barefoot. They looked like two children, but in fact, they were not. Judging from the attitude of those tyrannical deity kings behind them, they should be the two demon god emperors of the demon race. However, in Long Chen's mind, the demon god emperors should be tall and strong, fierce and fiendish, or at least like the black Qilin. He absolutely didn't expect them to be two childlike teenagers. But if he underestimated them just because of this, it would be a big mistake. The combination of the three deity emperors immediately suppressed the dragon sacrificial continent. Even the perfection deity kings and ultimate deity kings behind them didn't seem to be worth mentioning. After the gods appeared, they stared at this place for a long time, especially that godly Emperor Jun. By now, he should have known that Biyao had fallen and that the Origin Dragon Palace had been taken away, but he didn't seem anxious at all. In fact, it was hard to find any sadness in his expression. He was simply as expressionless as a block of wood. Tai, go and bring those three out. After a while, godly Emperor Jun finally spoke. Behind him, a white-haired old man answered and went down to the dragon sacrificial continent. He was probably going to bring God King Ink Desolation and the others out. Everyone continued to follow Di Jun. Long Chen had heard too many legends about this number one god of the ancient times. Ever since he first arrived at the Eternal God domain and found out that the head of the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, Di Jun Divine City, was built by his descendants, he knew how terrifying this existence was. At that time, he never thought that godly Emperor Jun would return to the dragon sacrificial continent. Then, their gazes turned to the eternal opal. However, godly Emperor Di Jun still didn't move for a long time. He stared at the eternal opal with a blazing sun in his left eye and an endless whirlpool in his right eye, which seemed to hide a vast space. Perhaps it was because of Di Yao's death, every god was trembling with fear and didn't dare to speak to Di Jun. However, they were anxious. They already knew that Long Chen had gone to the east. The reason why he still came to the dragon sacrificial continent was because the godly emperor wanted to take the eternal opal away, as well as the three god kings and the other gods who were suppressed. However, given the urgency of the situation, why wasn't Di Jun making a move yet? Godly Emperor, they have arrived. The master of Tai Divine City, Tai God King, brought Ink Desolation and the others over. After being suppressed for such a long time, everyone's faces were covered in dirt. When they finally saw Di Jun, they all knelt on the ground at the first instance and didn't say anything. This was because it was useless to say anything at this time. Di Jun, let's go. Take the eternal opal and head to the east to take revenge for Yao. They won't be able to escape far. There were only two people here who could call Di Jun by his name. They were the two demon god emperors. The one who spoke to Di Jun was the white-haired girl. Her voice was very tender, no different from a little girl's. If one only heard her voice, anyone would have the desire to protect her. Now, they were all waiting for Di Jun. There's no rush. Di Jun said casually. He looked at the three god kings and said, "Tell me, how did he bring everyone away?" This was something that even he couldn't do. God King Ink Desolation was stunned and couldn't help but shake his head. After being sealed, he didn't know what happened in the outside world. Di Jun casually grabbed a mortal and searched through his memories. Through this mortal's memories, he saw a huge god nation. He saw the incomparably vast world within the god nation. Amidst the endless clouds, he could vaguely see a golden palace. What a miracle! Di Jun couldn't help but sigh. Although he was sighing, he was expressionless. What he saw, the other god emperors and god kings could see as well. This scene shocked them. This palace can create a large world. We've underestimated it. The white-haired girl shook her head and sighed. In the end, we can't escape. The moment the white-haired youth spoke, the others didn't dare to speak anymore. Di Jun casually tossed the mortal aside and then waved his hand. The eternal incandescent stone not far away was shrinking. During this process, the dragon sacrificial continent was shaking violently. From where they were, they could see the earth shattering, space shattering, and all living things being destroyed. This world is too weak. But that divine star of destiny is quite interesting. There's even a curse realm. When Di Jun was collecting the eternal opal, the white-haired girl looked around curiously. It seems like we can't even enter this divine star of destiny. As for that curse realm, it seems to have disappeared. What a strange world, but it's about to be destroyed. The two demon god emperors were very close, just like two children. Whoosh! The eternal opal disappeared. This world is about to collapse. The god kings watched coldly. Below, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Countless earthquakes, countless rivers surged, countless oceans soared into the sky, and countless lava covered the ground. A vast world was finally heading towards destruction. If this continued, there would be a day when it would be completely annihilated, leaving only dust. I can't believe it. This is actually the place we stayed in before. The white-haired girl sighed. Suddenly, Di Jun pressed his palm down lightly. Boom. Chapter 2784. All that was left in the starry sky was dust. The glory from billions of years ago was now dust to dust and dust to dust. Once, they ruled over the myriad worlds and were the sovereigns of the myriad worlds. The 10 great ancestor dragons were the rulers of the myriad worlds. Now, everything was annihilated, leaving only endless smoke and dust that wailed in pain and refused to dissipate. Di Jun, God Emperor, to be honest, the gods did not expect Di Jun to destroy the dragon sacrificial continent so quickly. If the eternal incandescence had not appeared, the dragon sacrificial continent would have been able to hold on for a while. At the very least, the eternal god domain would have been able to hold on for a very long time. If the eternal incandescence was withdrawn after suppressing for a period of time, it would have damaged the dragon sacrificial continent structure once again. But even so, even if the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, it would still be able to hold on until Longchen returned. It was Di Jun who destroyed it with a single palm strike. In their memories, this seemed to be their homeland. They had become gods here. Later on, the dragon sacrificial continent was no longer the same as before. They could not survive, so they left for the Taihao territory and built a new home. But no matter what, it was still their homeland. Destroying it with their own hands and seeing this once glorious world turn into dust, the gods felt slightly conflicted. Of course, no one would blame Di Jun, especially when he had lost his daughter and did not obtain the Origin Dragon Palace. Let this world, which has long been destroyed, be buried with her. Di Jun muttered to himself as he looked at the chaos and smoke below. The gods understood. Even though they could not see how angry Di Jun was, from this sentence, they could roughly tell his determination to kill Longchen. Mo Huang and the other two godly kings were scared witless. What they feared the most was that God Emperor Dijun would bury them with Biyao. Dipankara, go find the people from Thousand Paper Crane and ask them to find Longchen. As long as they can find traces of him, give them 10 primordial chaos immortal essences. Even though Dijun had destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent, his voice was still as calm as water, as if this was not the world where he had once risen. Yes. The other godly god Dipankara did as Dijun instructed. Tai and Dipankara were terrifying divine spirits that accompanied Dijun all the time. Each of them was an ultimate deity king. After all, they were deity emperors, which was similar to Devil Wa at her peak. The QZZ Crane's influence was spread throughout the infinite realms. It was the most powerful intelligence organization in the infinite realms. They could usually find out what they wanted to know. Finding a deity at the level of Longchen and an orbital-grade primordial chaos immortal spirit was already considered a lot. Dijun took one last look at the scattered dust. Expressionless, he led the other immortals onto the divine warship that belonged to them and headed east. Empress Myrtle Star and Empress Qingshu were in that direction, still imprisoned by Lingxi. The only reason he knew where they were was because before the battle, he had already seen them. He sent a message to Dijun about his encounter with Longchen. Their biggest mistake was that Longchen could actually use the Origin Dragon Palace to take away the people of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. After the gods left, the dust didn't dissipate even after a long time had passed. Instead, it condensed and formed a sphere of dust. It was the same size as the God Star of Destiny, and it would forever exist in the void. Even the black jade dragon's head didn't move. The land of origin of the divine dragons and so on were all surrounded by this dust. As for the living beings, those who stubbornly wanted to stay in their homeland, they had already been shattered along with the world. If Longchen saw this, who knew what he would think? Longchen chose the north, but not the true north. He wandered around the endless starry sky very casually. Now, the speed of the slaughter dragon boat was much faster than the wind moon divine ship. In a few months, he could even find new worlds, but these worlds were too far away for now. However, these worlds were too far away from the dragon sacrificial continent. He planned to go to a new world to take a look when he was really far away from the dragon sacrificial continent. Although he had to find the things left behind by the divine dragons, the most important thing was to stay alive. After traveling for such a long time, he rarely saw other gods and demons. After all, the infinite worlds were huge. Even so, Longchen and the others still witnessed the vastness of the infinite worlds. They had seen many worlds from afar. Although they had never entered, they could see that every world seemed to be more stable and majestic than the dragon sacrificial continent. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Unknowingly, time passed very quickly. Without fighting and devouring, he, Mo Xiaolang, and Soyan's speed of improvement had slowed down. As for Lingxi, the difficult part of the heavenly rule spirit art wasn't as easy as before. Looks like I improved too quickly before and underestimated the difficulty of cultivation. If I don't rely on devouring and just rely on the wishes of the living beings, it would still take me a while to achieve a new breakthrough. Moreover, the advancement of a divine lord is much more difficult than that of an ordinary god. The most important thing in these years was nothing more than cultivation. As for the gods in the god nation, the dragon emperor and the others had managed them well. At least tens of billions of dragon warriors had been created. More and more people had reached the standard of fusing with the origin dragon soul and became true divine dragons. Among them, there were divine dragons who had just fused with the soul and reached the god realm. Longchen's god nation alone had tens of thousands of them. In terms of the number of gods, he had already crushed many worlds. For the dragon sacrificial gods, all the humans and demons added up would probably only have about 1,000 people. However, there were no divine dragons comparable to god kings yet. Even the dragon emperor and the others were only young dragons and had to grow slowly. As for the selection of the Supreme Divine Dragon Legion, Longchen had already decided on a certain number of candidates. He raised the standard slightly. After all, these people could become super experts who could dominate a region in the future. Any direction was important. 3 years passed. Long Chen went deep into the northern starry sky. He passed by several worlds but didn't enter. Then another 2 years passed. He felt that he was already very deep into the northern starry sky. A total of 5 years. In these 5 years, Lingxi had comprehended a new type of heavenly rule spiritual technique. Although her cultivation realm did not rise by much and she was still a god king of the primordial stage, it was already pretty good. Moreover, she had completely comprehended the mortal sword will and was already progressing towards the man's sword will. Soi Eon did not move an inch forward, that was normal. After all, she was still a devil who hadn't fully recovered. Mo Xiaolang, on the other hand, worked hard. Although he did not devour the flames, he was already extremely adept at controlling the 2 ancestral flames. His cultivation level was also approaching the God King realm. As for Long Chen, 5 years of quiet cultivation had allowed him to approach the great perfection realm Divine Lord realm. He was actually a little anxious. But in reality, putting aside devouring, there were no geniuses in the 10,000 worlds who could improve by 1 level in 5 years. In the past 5 years, he had been going around and around. He had truly realized the vastness of the myriad world and the difficulty of Di Jun finding him. For example, if Di Jun were to head east now, even if he heard the news that he had appeared in a world in the north, he would not be able to find him. Perhaps a few years had already passed. As long as he headed in the wrong direction, it would not be easy to catch Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen had already thought it through. He could not stay in one place for too long. To Di Jun and the rest, 10 years or even 100 years were but an instant. They might even be willing to spend several thousand years to chase after Long Chen. But to Long Chen, he might not even need such a long time to surpass Di Jun. This was a different concept of time. Di Jun and the rest might think that they would definitely be able to find Long Chen within 1,000 years. This way, they would definitely not have any problems. But to Long Chen, 1,000 years was really too long. His lifespan was not that long. Long Chen did not understand the myriad world at all. Therefore, he planned to first enter a world that was still considered to be flourishing. He wanted to see what forces there were in the myriad world, who was strong and who was weak, what position Di Jun was at, and what position God's sacrifice world was at. Dragon Sacrifice Continent was an abandoned world. It would not have such information at all. It's about time. The next time we encounter a new world, we will go in and take a look. Long Chen stood up in the slaughter dragon boat and looked at the vast starry sky in front of him. 5 years was too long for him. After not fighting for so long, he was almost rusty. Now, he was thirsty. He hoped to have a good fight. It was because of the lack of battles that he was stuck in his current realm. It was not easy for him to even comprehend laws. I can finally leave this broken place. The time tunnel must be in the next world. This young master is going to be rich. Kitten jumped up and down. They continued to sail. One day, Long Chen felt a majestic aura coming from the west. That was the aura of a great world. Moreover, it was definitely a flourishing world. This world should have more deities than the spirit essence star ocean and endless cosmos mountain. Long Chen changed his direction and headed towards this new world. After crossing billions of miles of starry sky, when he saw this new world, he could not help but be dumbfounded. This world is actually like this. Everyone was shocked. They had seen many worlds. There were continents, planets, and huge mountains. A mountain was comparable to the entire dragon sacrificial continent. However, they had never imagined that an entire world was actually a tree. Now, they were still a little far from this world. In the starry sky, this tree did not look big. However, Long Chen estimated the distance. The size of this tree is probably many times larger than the spirit essence star ocean. Moreover, it is a real tree. Do you see it? It has countless roots that extend into the starry sky and take root on countless planets. However, These planets are just like the little balls on its roots. This giant tree, even a leaf, is probably as big as the divine dragon country. The living beings here actually live on trees. Long Chen recalled the primordial cemetery's Greenwood Sky City. It was built on a tree. However, that tree was simply too small compared to the starry sky giant wood. The myriad worlds are truly miraculous. Seeing this heaven and earth giant tree, they naturally wanted to go and see how beautiful and shocking this world was. At this time, in the divine country, young Lingqing was suddenly stunned. She said, "Brother, I have a strange feeling." Interesting tribe rushed to third place on the novel rankings. Thank you, brothers. Of course, there were many creatures on the leaves and branches of the tree. The reason why he came here was because the world tree's rule core in each god's body was located in the middle and upper part. It took a total of more than 10 days for Long Chen to completely descend into this world. Sure enough, when he landed on this trunk, what he saw was a flat land, no different from ordinary ground. If he dug deep, he should be able to dig up the wooden trunk. Now, the world he saw also had mountains and trees, surging rivers, birds and fragrant flowers. Looking up, he could see the shadow of part of the giant tree's crown, a dark mass that occupied half of the sky. There were creatures everywhere around him. They couldn't see Long Chen. "How is it?" he asked Yang Lingqing. "The feeling is even stronger. It should be the origin dragon soul of the spiritual dragon." Yang Lingqing was a little excited. "You're about to become the first supreme dragon to fuse with the origin dragon soul. How do you feel?" Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. When he was young, he promised to protect this little sister of his. Now that he was so lucky, it was also to fulfill his promise to her. "I don't have any thoughts. No matter how strong I am, I still have to serve your big brother Overlord. Besides, I'm still far from being familiar with the essence blood of the Supreme Divine Dragon. You better be careful." "I'm not in a hurry," Yang Lingqing joked. However, she realized that Long Chen would definitely search for the origin dragon soul. Now that this giant tree was unknown to them, she was worried about Long Chen's safety and reminded him. "It's fine. This time, we're moving our entire tribe and wandering the infinite worlds to collect the origin dragon soul and inheritance blood. This is the first battle." Long Chen quickly walked in this world. The cultivation realm of the people here was almost the same as that of the dragon sacrificial continent. It seemed to be a new rule. Long Chen even saw some nirvana tribulation realm powerhouses. In terms of the level of the world, this should be similar to the dragon sacrificial continent that was suppressed by the eternal incandescent stone. It had reached the level where god kings could fight and might even be able to give birth to god kings. This was considered to have surpassed the spirit essence star ocean. This world was considered the third level among the infinite worlds, which was the middle level. The spirit essence star ocean was below middle level, or even below. After all, it didn't even have a god king. As for the previous dragon sacrificial continent, there were already 5 levels. There must be a lot of god king powerhouses here. Let's have a preliminary understanding of this place. Long Chen walked through several cities built on this giant tree. After some screening, he found an old man in the reincarnation tribulation realm who seemed to know a lot of things. This old man was painting in his room. He was painting this giant tree. Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of him. "You are." The old man was taken aback. Before he could finish speaking, Long Chen's will broke into his sea of consciousness, suppressed his essence spirit, and searched through his memories. He only cared about the part of the other party's memories that was related to this world. As for the old man's private affairs, he was naturally not interested. However, he could tell that this was a good person who had blessed the world and was respected by others. After getting the information he wanted, Long Chen left. At the same time, he left behind a gift. It was a Tao artifact that was also very useful to reincarnation tribulation realm powerhouses. "Brother, how was it? Yang Lingqing asked. Long Chen sorted out his thoughts and said, this world is called the Builder Tree. The Builder Tree is their home, their residence, and also the sacred tree in their hearts. It has a very important position in their hearts. At the same time, this world is considered to have a certain reputation among the myriad worlds. At the very least, it is much stronger than the current dragon sacrificial continent and spirit essence star ocean. Usually, every 10 years or so, there will be gods and demons from other worlds passing through here. There are even forces from other worlds lying in wait here. Therefore, our appearance is nothing. At the very least, it won't be as surprising as when we went to the spirit essence star ocean. The Builder Tree, everyone remembered this name. Mo Xiaolang asked, how many experts are there in this world? Long Chen said, there are a total of 2 major races on the Builder Tree. One of them is the human race, and the other is the demon race. In fact, their structure is similar to that of the dragon sacrificial continent, but their demon race mainly consists of birds and no land beasts. They have the highest bloodline of the divine beast. They call themselves the Phoenix race. The Phoenix race has the true divine beast Phoenix as their core. Almost all of them are birds with the Phoenix bloodline, such as the Fire Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, and Blood Phoenix. They are more common here. The top 5 Phoenix bloodlines are known as the 5 sacred races. However, this old man doesn't know who the 5 sacred races are. The Phoenix race occupies the crown and branches of the Builder Tree sacred tree, while the human race occupies the trunk. The human race's territory is slightly smaller, but their numbers are greater. The human race's core is located in a position similar to our world tree's law core. There is a place there that is like a holy land to the Builder Tree human race, called the Builder Tree Divine Heavenly Palace. The Builder Tree and the Phoenix race were enemies. The human race and the Phoenix race could be considered to be mortal enemies. Battles would often break out, usually to fight for more territory. For countless eras, the 2 forces had formed a blood feud that could not be resolved. The human race was led by the Builder Tree Divine Heavenly Palace. The Phoenix race occupied the crown of the Builder Tree, and the countless leaves and branches were their resting places. The most core place should be the Phoenix nest where the 5 sacred races with the purest Phoenix bloodline resided. The Builder Tree Divine Heavenly Palace and the Phoenix nest had been at odds for countless years. Generally speaking, only these 2 places would have deities appear. Are there any god emperors here? Lingxi asked. They were all the same, afraid of god emperors. If there were no god emperors, it would be easier for them to survive in this world. At least, it would be much easier for them to obtain the origin dragon soul. Long Chen smiled and said, at least from this old man's memories, there shouldn't be any. However, he isn't familiar with the deity realm and doesn't know what the strongest is. We have to find a deity to find out. But I do know that there are a total of 10 strongest people in the Builder Tree. 5 of them are the 5 leaders of the Phoenix race's 5 sacred races, and they are called the 5 sacred emperors. The remaining 5 are the strongest people of the human race, and they are called the 5 heavenly venerables. It seems that the 2 forces are equal in strength. Of course, these were the 10 strongest people that the old man knew. Chapter 2786. An old man gave Long Chen a rough idea of the Builder Tree situation. Ordinary old men definitely wouldn't know about things that were too secretive. After all, in his memory, there was no information about the origin dragon soul. The gods of the human race are very united. They have a strict system and are basically based on the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. They are ruled by 5 celestial venerables who have existed for tens of millions of years. Long Chen analyzed and decided, that's why we need to go to the Builder Tree Holy Celestial Palace to find out more about the origin dragon soul. We can also find out more about the myriad worlds through the gods here. After all, we know too little about the myriad worlds. Let's not rush into the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. We have to figure out what level the strongest people here are at. For example, ultimate godly kings are equivalent to Demon Hua at her peak. We can't deal with them right now. Given their group's current strength, Empress Myrtle Star and Empress Qingxiu were about the limit. Moreover, there should be many godly kings in the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. Long Chen brought the entire divine nation world in the direction of the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. After shouldering the responsibility of all life, he would be more cautious. Although he was heading for the core position, there was still a long way to go before he reached the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. Coming to this world, he couldn't travel too quickly, lest he attract the attention of the local gods. Along the way, Long Chen searched the memories of a few reincarnation tribulations powerhouses. The information he obtained was more or less the same, except that there were about 1,000 gods in the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace and their descendants, as well as some young geniuses of the Builder Tree human race. They were the core of the Builder Tree human race. All the important people to the gods were protected in the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace because the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace was filled with fights between the Phoenix race and the human race all year round. Human powerhouses would sneak attack the Phoenix race, and Phoenix powerhouses and even gods would suddenly descend to destroy millions of lives. The closer he got to the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace, the more powerhouses there seemed to be. It seemed that this was the core of the Builder Tree human race. There were enormous cities here that were extremely prosperous. Every single one of them had hundreds of millions of creatures living within. Long Chen had now arrived at a city. Standing at the highest point, he could see a shining palace at the end of the world. This was the place where the Builder Tree race often worshipped, the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. It could be seen that countless people were looking in that direction with incomparable fanaticism and gratitude. Just as Long Chen was about to advance, a giant bird suddenly descended from the sky. It was a giant flaming bird that looked similar to a phoenix. Its entire body was enveloped in flames. This was a 9th-tier reincarnation tribulation realm demonic beast that was close to the divine soul realm. Its body was actually enveloped in true divine fire. Presumably, not many people below the divine soul realm could be its match. As the demonic beast descended, the city where Long Chen was located was instantly thrown into chaos. In an instant, countless people screamed and fled. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Perhaps they didn't expect that there would be a phoenix race that dared to attack this close to the Builder Tree Deity Celestial Palace. Hundreds of millions of people were in chaos. Desolate and anxious. Skyfire Vulture. This was a type of ferocious demonic beast. It was a phoenix race that didn't fear death. Its fierce name spread far and wide, and ordinary people were most afraid of it. The Skyfire Vulture's attacks were all suicidal. This was probably the reason why it had chosen this city so close to the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. Help! Heavenly God, save us! The chaotic city caused a huge riot. For a moment, just their own people stepping on their own people caused rivers of blood to flow. In the city, many experts rushed into the sky to fight against the Skyfire Vulture. But Long Chen could see that although there were also 9th-tier reincarnation tribulation realm experts in this city, they could only resist the true divine fire. When the Skyfire Vulture controlled the divine fire to fly over, the experts were simply turned into ashes. Whoosh! The Skyfire Vulture screeched coldly, burning several experts into charcoal. It swooped down, its wings already gathering a large amount of divine fire. As long as it swooped down, the hundreds of millions of people would probably be instantly turned into ashes. Since he was nearby, Long Chen naturally wouldn't sit back and watch. He was about to attack, but he stopped because a young deity was already charging over. He came from the direction of the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. This was a true deity. His entire body was burning with dark green flames, and he wore thick divine armor. He was somewhat similar to God King Ink Desolation. His cultivation level was roughly at the ultimate realm of the Taiji divine realm. When he attacked, his chest felt heavy. A few casual punches could shake the heavens and earth, shattering the void and directly killing the Skyfire vulture. Lowly, cunning humans, listen up. This time, our phoenix race will definitely take back the Builder Tree Divine Soul. Just wait and see. Our 5 Saint Emperors will definitely kill you 5 dogs hit celestial venerables. Before the Skyfire vulture died, it screeched shrilly, causing many in the city to lose their hearing and suffer heavy injuries. Noisy. The young deity ended its life and dismembered its corpse. The corpse fell into the city and was snatched by countless humans. To them, the corpse of the phoenix race was good stuff. Share it with the injured. The young deity's eyes were like torches as he berated. Instantly, no one dared to snatch it. After he was done, he didn't stay any longer. He prepared to return to the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. Long Chen observed him for a while. This was a young deity. It seemed like his talent was not bad. He was a well-known figure among the trillions of living beings here. He could be considered the most supreme genius of the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. He knew more things than ordinary people. For example, the Builder Tree Divine Soul that they had mentioned earlier. Please wait. Long Chen left the city and waited for him in a valley. Who? The azure-armored young deity was given a fright. Anyone who could speak into his ear without being discovered by him was basically a deity, and they were all very terrifying. However, he was skilled and daring. After discovering Long Chen's location, he hurriedly rushed over and instantly stood in front of Long Chen. First, he discovered that Long Chen was a human and not a phoenix. He relaxed a little. However, he was very familiar with all the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace's deities. Long Chen seemed to be a divine lord stronger than him. He said, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around here? My Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace has never seen you before. Hurry up and tell me your name." However, Long Chen smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. How about this, you just need to answer one of my questions and I will tell you my identity. Don't worry, I am a human. I was just about to kill that Skyfire vulture, but you beat me to it." To be honest, Long Chen slightly used the Eye of Desire. This was a rule that affected the other party's mind, especially when the other party was just a deity in the Tai Chi divine realm. Under the influence of the rule of Long Chen's Eye of Desire, he subconsciously removed his guard against Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen could not directly explore his memory. After all, he was a deity. "Ask away," the young deity said subconsciously. If not for the Eye of Desire, he would not be so straightforward. "Do you know if any of the 5 celestial venerables have broken through the god realm of absolute beginning and become a deity emperor? Or, do you know if there are hidden deity emperors in our world?" His question was based on the fact that there were no deity emperors. If the young deity felt that his question was strange, it meant that the 5 celestial venerables were deity emperors. Then, his question had a logical problem. If that was the case, Long Chen would have to seal the young deity emperor and leave immediately. Even if there was an origin dragon soul here, he was not willing to fight against a deity emperor now, lest he lost everything. Fortunately, the young deity did not find it strange. "I don't think so. I remember that the 5 celestial venerables are all at the ultimate realm of the god realm of absolute beginning, close to a deity emperor. The Builder Tree has never produced a deity emperor. How could it be so easy? If we had a deity emperor expert, we would have destroyed the Phoenix clan long ago and unified the Builder Tree," the young deity said. "In that case, the 5 Saint Emperors and the 5 Celestial Venerables were all ultimate realm deity kings. Although I can't defeat them, I won't be completely suppressed. It won't be a big problem for me to escape. I won't be completely helpless. It seems that there is still hope for the origin dragon soul." As long as it was not completely hopeless, Long Chen was willing to give it a try. After all, this was the mission that Long Qinglan had given him. He had to make sure that his death was worth it. "So, who are you? At this moment, the young deity became vigilant again. Long Chen looked at him and said word by word, I come from another world. I just came to this builder tree and I just found out that this place is made up of the human race and the Phoenix clan. I am also a human like you. Now that I have wandered to this place, I can make friends with you. What do you think? At least I don't like the demon race. In my world, it is also the human race and the demon race fighting against each other. However, the demon race is not only composed of birds, there are many types of demons. Really? The young deity was a little excited. You actually come from another world. To be honest, you are the first person from another world that I have seen with my own eyes. He was a little excited and introduced himself. My name is Wan Qing. What about you? Name. If he directly said that he was Long Chen, it would be giving Di Jun clues to find him. He changed his name slightly and said, My name is Yang Chen. He hadn't used his old name for a long time. Wan Qing said excitedly, Since you are a human, of course you won't be in the same team as the Phoenix clan. However, our builder tree has a rule that foreign gods and demons must first meet the 5 heavenly venerables. I would like to invite you to our builder tree divine heavenly palace. Since you have just arrived, I can welcome you. Also, we can also become friends. You can tell me what exactly it was like back then. Long Chen smiled and said, That's not a problem. I am also very interested in this builder tree. Let's talk while we walk. Everyone, remember to sign in at the Supreme Dragon's tribe. Signing in for 7 days can light up the label of a hardcore fan.